Hello, peoples. I am just going to get myself all set up here. Feel free to come on in. All right. Hello, Dirty Operations. How are you? Thanks for joining. Let's see, now this is going to do this. So, how's your four-wheeler working? Good, I hope. Very good. I'm glad you're feeling good. Doing good. How's your week been so far? Mine's been pretty good. Sugar's lemon cakes. Hello, hello. I am so far. It's been a pretty good day. How about yourself? Oh, yeah. Being busy can be a good and bad thing, I suppose. All depends on what you're doing and what you're being busy with. If it's something you like or something you really don't, or but at least it's something to do. It's not being stuck in the house. It's one thing I'm glad about being an essential worker. At least I could still get up and go to work every day. I had enough staying home when I had my knee surgery. I couldn't take that no more. I would have to lose my mind if I was out of work for longer than that. I was out 6 weeks. Even before like the corona thing kicked in, I was out from February 11th till March 30th, and that was plenty for me. Well, as soon as my doctor was like, "You can go back to work," I was like, "All right, give me a week," because I had just had enough with staying home. It didn't help that like the coronavirus kicked in like around that towards the middle of it, so it was like once I was able to get up and do stuff, I couldn't go out because of it. Yeah, you gotta love that, Showgaz. When you go to visit family and you're like, "Yep, now I remember why." It happens every time me and Jimmy go see our families because they still live in the city and we both live in the country, and obviously because we live together. But every time we go there, we're like, I remember why I moved out of here, moved out of the city. Whenever I go there, I just cannot wait to get back home. Although I suppose for you it might be different because you're in New York. Are you in the city or are you in the suburbs of New York? So you might be opposite. Maybe you came from the country and moved to the city, which to me, I don't know why someone would do that. But I suppose if it's too quiet or if you didn't, if it's a small town, like if I grew up in my town that I live now, I don't know if I would enjoy it as much. But growing up in a city and then moving up here, it's kind of a nice break. But like Jimmy's brother grew up in the same city we did, obviously. He's Jimmy's brother, but he hates it up here. It's way too quiet for him. He can't take it. He's still a city boy. The farthest he went is Nashua, and that was it. See, I told you, Jimmy. You don't know everything. So he did the opposite we did. He moved from a small town to a big city. But I could get that. I know, like I said, I know people that grew up in a small town, especially when like it's generation after generation that's been in the town. You just can't wait to get out. But yeah, I had enough of city living growing up in it. Captain Jerk, welcome, welcome. Welcome. Thanks for joining. Just kind of doing a little bit of small talk till we get some more people in here, but I know he still hasn't said why he left. My God. You're such a nudge. I'm just guessing. That's all. That is just the opposite of why we moved to the country from the city, just for something different. Right? Yeah. So like our town has 6,000 people in it. Nudge. That's with a GE. It's NDGE. Not a nud, a nudge. It's like a annoyance. Kind of like a buzzing fly that won't go away. Or as they used to call Owen Hart, he used to be a nugget. They used to call him Nugget because he was like a little piece of poop in the toilet that wouldn't flush. I know I'm a nag. I have to be a nag. Being married to you, gotta be a nag. Did you notice Dirty Operations was here? He's been busy. Come on, show guys. You've seen his shows. You can picture why I gotta be a nag. I ain't even that big of a nag. Hmm. Yeah, you just came in busting my balls. Just like you. Don't even say hi to any, and they're all your friends. All your friends. And you don't even say hi to one of them. You just gotta come in here and give me a hard time. I know. I know you do. And I appreciate the love. I appreciate the ball busting too. See? Showgaz knows. And he hasn't even met you in person yet. But no, I just like giving him a hard time. He's a good hubby, I suppose. Could be worse. Can always be worse. That's not nice. So, guys, do you watch wrestling? I was going to say, I don't even think I have any wrestling people in here yet. Well, Captain Jerk kind of watches wrestling. But Captain Jerk likes the old school wrestling. I was so mad, Captain. I made an old school video last week and they blocked it. I was mad. I removed the audio and everything, talked over it. Lisa, hello. How are you today, beautiful Lisa? Seth, now I have a wrestling person in the house. We got Seth here. How's everybody doing? Lisa, how the kids doing with homeschooling? But yeah, suppose so. I'm gonna start making videos again for those of you that watch my wrestling videos. WWE got permission from the state of Florida to be considered essential, so they can do their shows on the regular days. Of course, no audience, and it'll still be at the performance center. But apparently, Florida is trying to do it with um, the Major League Baseball and football also. Don't do that, Lisa. Oh, you're not in Mass anyway. I was gonna say Framingham's. That's the women's prison over here in Mass, and they have Corona all over the place over there. You don't want to go there. Jack fixes everything, Lisa. But yeah, apparently the governor of Florida got a lot of flack about making the wrestling essential. Hello, Gary. I am good. How are you? Thanks for coming. uh, right, Lisa? She got to be awake to do the schoolwork. But yeah, apparently the governor of Florida was saying that, hello, Neo Cash, how are you? Lip Bricker, welcome, welcome. I don't think I've met you yet, Lip Bricker. Welcome. Neo, that's very good. All right, what I am going to do is seeing how I know. Da, 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 da. James, I just sent you the link. I don't know if you have Neo or any of these guys on Messenger or anything, but if you do, could you share it, please? Black hair dye? Really? They're hoarding black hair dye? Why the hell are they hoarding black hair dye? Oh no. All right. Seeing how I pretty much know everybody in here besides that one person, I will throw it in the chat and take it out after. So if you would like to come up. All right, all right. So Jimmy told me that he was going to get it. So yeah, they're going to start doing live shows again for wrestling. The governor of Florida deemed them essential because they are providing entertainment. So they will be able to do their shows at the Performance Center with no audience instead of recording it. Hello? Hello? I don't see you, James. I don't hear you, James. I can only hear you because you're across the house. I don't hear you other than that. I can't see you. I can't hear you. Okay, fine. You guys couldn't hear him. He was hollering at me from the other side of the house. Well, and that's what I thought, because now they do have a confirmed case in the company. Apparently, it's either a commentator or a ring announcer, because when I saw a video of a statement that the company released that said it was a on-screen performer but was not part of the roster. So that means it's not one of the wrestlers, but it's someone that is on screen. So that rolls out to either one of the interviewers, a commentator, or a ring announcer. Right. I think there were like 13 people. I made a list. Rusev, they finally released the recital. Drake Maverick was released. Eric Young was released. Heath Slater. Yeah, between writers, wrestlers, and we may have to say goodbye to the Mandy and Otis storyline, because apparently the person that wrote that storyline was one of the people released. So God only knows where that's gonna go from here. Yep, Maria, Mike Kanellis, Sarah Logan, Kurt Hawkins, Mike Chioda, the referee, Eric Rowan. I think I said Eric Rowan, Zack Ryder, No Way Jose. So this must have been over the weekend, because I know No Way Jose was on Monday, and so was Sarah Logan. So it must have been either late Monday or early yesterday that they did it. Thank you, James. But yeah, Rusev was released. Deanna Purrazzo was released. Yeah, I think he needs to step down. He's not making a lot of good decisions, as far as I'm concerned. But apparently, the person that tested positive was last at the Performance Center on the 26th of March. So they had said that anyone that would have been infected should have by now started experiencing symptoms, so that if they had it yet, some people thought it might have been what's his face with the tattoos there, the commentator, Carmella's boyfriend. What the hell? I can't think of his name now. But some people thought it was him, because him and Carmella have been self-quarantining. Right. And that's the thing. Like a lot of the people they released are people that they brought over from NXT that they never really did anything with, like EC3. Luke Gallows got released a while ago. I already said they released the recital. Apparently, Carl Anderson got released also. Don't know why they would release him. He's in a fairly decent tag team. Leo Rush, EC3. Oh. Sometimes it tells you to download the page. Hello.
Just leave me in the basement.
Okay. How do I put you back in the basement? Kick from studio? No. I don't know
how. It's not letting me join. The page is not loading. Jesus. Oh.
Right, Tony. They actually renewed Lana's contract for like another 3 years.
Oh, page is not loading. Are you on a PC or a phone? If you're on a phone, it might be a pain in the ass. Doesn't work. The link, that's how I got in. The same link. Let me
he's about to reset the router settings and see if that helps.
It's usually not the router, what do you call it? The browser. It's usually the browser.
Yeah, Gary, I agree. It's definitely not like I definitely liked the old tag teams better. I mean, I liked the high up. It was the router, he said.
All right.
I like the high flying, but at the same time, I like the hard hitting, bleeding. Hello.
What's up?
Uh-oh, you had trouble bringing up my channel. No, Gary.
Baby, click on the third icon in the underneath the main screen. You know, the box. So you don't have this. And I forget how you put me in the basement. Hover over my picture. I think if you right click.
It says solo layout, mute mic, and remove from stream.
Oh.
When I go
down here. I don't know what's going on with my
here,
camera, guys. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Oh. Okay, I did it. I removed you.
You didn't put him in the basement. You kicked him out the house. Bye.
No, he actually is in the basement.
See if I can fix my camera.
That's weird.
Yeah, that's what I say.
No, I didn't. I don't really watch the backstage. I should start watching it, but
there we go.
Much better.
There we go. Yeah. All right. So what's up?
Not much. Not much.
It's hard to breathe in this damn mask. I'm telling you.
I bet it is. I wear a mask all day long. It gets tedious after a while.
Well, this is leather. Like, that's my problem.
Oh. So yeah. I
This
think
is my
that
actual
would.
wrestling mask. So yeah, I'm sorry.
Ah,
Don't mean to cut you off.
I don't know how you guys breathe out of those things. Because a lot of them are made from leather, but they have mesh a little bit, but it's still not a lot.
They're made from pleather actually, and around the mouth and the nose, they actually cut them a little thinner, so that way you can actually breathe through them. I tell you, like
Oh.
it was actually fun to wrestle in my Spawn mask. I wrestle in Boaz, Alabama, even though our arena got hit by a tornado Tuesday.
Oh
So we're waiting.
no.
Yeah, we're waiting on that to get put back up. Hopefully, we get a new ring. We've been wrestling the same ring that Rocky Balboa fought what's his face in Apollo Creed in. It's crazy. Hold on, it takes my voice a little bit. But yeah.
Alabama, Tony.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can they not hear me well? Can you not hear me well?
No, I think he asked as you were telling.
Well, no, I read it when I started responding.
Oh, okay.
You go, Jimmy. You do that. Let her do her thing, man. That thing, well, it adds like 4 inches to my face. What the hell? Oh no, I'm pro wrestling with Alabama Championship Wrestling out of Boaz, Alabama, under Mickey Henry, who actually trained Big Boss Man, Buff Bagwell, and Ric Flair. Trained with Ric Flair.
Cool. Very, very cool.
Hey, baby, you know where one of my other masks are? I think it's some of the clean clothes. Let me turn this camera off for a minute.
All right.
Whew. Jeez. Now I can hear me a little bit better. Huh. I'm gonna have to thin that mask out or something. Oh. Mickey Henry. He wrestled in WWF as Big Joe Turner. He was a jobber.
Very cool.
But you can find him in the NWA archives as like 3-time world champion in the NWA.
Stop.
All right, we'll do this one. Wait, what are the other two? So I also wear a bandana mask when it's too damn hot to wear my regular mask. So I'm sorry. I don't want to take all the thunder away. This is a wrestling
That's all
talk,
right.
not just talk to the wrestler. So
yes, Tony, I think so too. I think sometimes it's the jobbers that make it. I mean, because basically their job is to make the other guy look good.
well, it's hard to make Axe and Demolition look bad. I mean, I'm just saying. Now, I'm not saying Mickey's a small guy. I'm not saying he wasn't a good jobber, but I will say that he did not really work hard. Like his bumps that he took was very light. Like you knew that the WWF ring was harder than the NWA ring at that time. So when he wrestled, Demolition, he really took light bumps, and I was just like, So
Very cool. Yeah, Tony, we actually met Neo one night. He raided us. He was in someone else's stream. And at the end of the stream, they all came over here.
What?
Because I was on a live stream. And that was how we met. Yes. Yes. And I think it's cool when they take the beating with pride. Like they don't feel ashamed or whatever. Much better. So do you ever wear a full face mask or just the bottom? We can't hear you.
Just the bottom. It's my aesthetic choice. I like my hold on. Okay, cool. Anyway, it's just a personal choice. Like I said, I like my eyes. I don't want to cover them up. Now, the Spawn mask I had was actually covering the whole face, but I'm telling you, I'd much rather be in a sauna than wear that damn thing for 5 minutes in a match. I agree with you on that, Gary. There are some damn good jobbers out there. Like they'll job their ass off in WWE and then go to NW or TNA and be like champions. I mean, our
Yep.
truth. Take our truth for instance. You know, once Road Dogg left and left K Quick by himself, man, K Quick, he didn't get a push at all.
Nope.
But once he got to TNA and NWA, man, he won that title what 4 times out there with them.
Yep.
So
I know, Gary. I always feel bad calling them jobbers, like I'm dissing them, but that is how they're known. That's basically what they're called.
yeah. I need to rewash this mask. Sorry, I'm gonna smoke a cigarette.
That's fine.
But yeah, the Brooklyn Brawler, man, he's probably one of the best jobbers in the
Right?
world, and he was
Right?
happy.
Yeah. He so with some of the wrestlers he wrestled, he was better known than the big name wrestlers were because he did it for like 30 years.
Yeah, who remember Darren Drozdoff anymore, huh?
No.
Mosh and Thrasher of the Headbangers,
Oh, yep.
right? Hardly anybody remembers the Blue Meanie unless they just absolutely loved the way he danced in the ring. So
yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
Steve Blackman was another one. I mean, yeah, you got a lot of jobbers out there that were great. Now I know Steve Blackman won the Intercontinental title for like a year, but they jobbed him the last 2 years. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they did. Yes, they did.
Same thing with Al Snow, man, but at least he always gave us head.
Yep, he always gave us head.
Barry Horowitz,
And
I hadn't remembered that name in a while.
Right, Barry Horowitz used to do that, pat himself on the back. I kind of like the way Al Snow made his gimmick more of a comedy type of thing.
Well,
Like he would be goofy in the ring instead of it like being serious.
yeah, but the Job Squad in ECW was so much better than WWE let them be.
Yeah, they were.
The Pin Me, Pay Me. Oh, I forgot about that one.
Yep.
Oh, God. Man, I remember there were so many jobbers that are
Right,
forgotten.
Gilbert.
Yeah, see, you had Gilbert, let's see, in WCW. Wouldn't really say Mike Knox, but they really jobbed him at the end.
Yeah, they did.
Vampiro. Oh my God. Who actually remembers Vampiro anymore unless you watch Lucha Underground? You know, he's actually one of the commentators on there.
Oh, is he?
Yes.
I only remember him because when I had my surgery, I was watching old school WCW videos on the network. And he was on WCW at the time, like in the late 90s.
Oh, yeah. Like Vampiro, he came in at the same time as Insane Clown Posse, so they kind of put them together in WCW.
Yep. Yes, they did.
Let's see, who else?
Right? I haven't thought about SD Jones in a long time.
You
Hello,
know,
Anthony. How are you?
you know, I don't even know who SD Jones was.
Special Delivery Jones. He was like a black guy. He was like mid-card, but he had a lot of fans.
I obviously wasn't one of them. I grew up in a racist Alabama, so forgive me.
It was probably like late 80s, mid to late 80s he wrestled.
Let's see. I got one for y'all. Horace Hogan.
Oh my God, yes. Yes. See, Gary, it's funny because I don't really think of, maybe it was because I was a fan of his when I was a kid. I don't think of Junkyard Dog as a jobber. I mean, I now as an adult, I know he is, but it's still hard for me to think of him like that.
See, all right. So the thing with most jobbers is that they hardly work the crowd, and I know I'm giving a little bit of insight here, breaking kayfabe, and I'm sorry, but they hardly work the crowd with a lot of jobbers because they don't actually have a passion for it. You know, when they were in their indie circuits, NWA, AWA, WWA4, which is out of Atlanta, they've been doing shows without an audience for years.
Yep.
Look them up online, but you know, they're champions there. You know, they get huge in their little indie circuits, and they even travel to Japan and China, and then they come to WWE like Shinsuke Nakamura. You know, he come in like a badass in NXT, but then they brought him over to Raw for a little bit, and he started jobbing everybody, putting him up against
Yep.
Braun Strowman. I think even jobbed to, or didn't job to Heath Slater, but he went down to Heath Slater once. And it's just one of them things. Like, you know, you're right. That's how a jobber works. They don't really work the crowd. They don't have time to work the crowd. But I mean, someone like Shinsuke, he deserves it. You know, he deserves to
Yep.
be someone on top, not necessarily world champion, but I could see him as Intercontinental U.S. champion, maybe going to TNA, become a world champion out there. Excuse me, Impact Wrestling.
Yep.
But I don't know. I'm
Yeah.
real. Go ahead.
I was going to say that's kind of what pisses me off about WWE because, like you said, the person will be in NXT and will be a champion or one of NXT's top guys, and then they go to WWE and they're like a background story.
Yeah,
Like
I
you
mean,
see them like every other month.
well, kudos to Triple H for finally putting his foot down and actually having NXT at the Survivor Series and actually having them go over on Raw and SmackDown, because that was actually really good to see.
Yeah, it was.
Even though they kind of squashed it at WrestleMania, but
Hello, Raven. How are you?
Sean Stasiak. Oh wow.
Wow, I haven't heard that name in a long time.
Stasiak and O'Hare. Oh god, what was their tag team called in WCW? Was like the Powerhouse or something like that.
Yeah, like power something.
Yeah. They came from the power plant, so yeah, they did job them pretty good. Same thing with the American Males; they jobbed them pretty bad until Buff Bagwell went out on his own.
Yep.
Speaking of which, I always said bad things about Buff Bagwell until the year my sister died. Buff Bagwell actually called my sister before she died on my cell phone and talked to her for like
Oh,
20 minutes.
really?
Yeah, she was always in love with him and Kevin Nash.
Aw,
And
that's sweet.
when he came to the show down here that I work at, I'm like, look, man, my sister just got diagnosed with melanoma. Do you mind talking to her? He's like, hell yeah, you know, call her up. And I handed the phone. He's like, hey, baby. She's like, who the hell is this? And why you got my brother's phone? She's like, oh, this is Buff Bagwell. She's like, no, you know?
That's cool.
Yeah, I hated he got on the meth. That's what cost him his WWE career
Yep.
with that meth charge.
Yeah. I mean, I can see why a lot of them get hooked on the pain meds just because they're, after so many years, you got to be in pain constantly.
I mean, I can kind of say yes and no. If like people like Buff Bagwell who work out and stay fit, they really don't feel it in the ring. They'll feel it the next day because I mean, it kind of feels like you got hit by a Mack truck for a couple of hours.
Yep.
But once you actually get moving around and get the blood flowing again, it's really not that bad. Now, someone like Sabu, Rob Van Dam, like I'm surprised they're not smoking more weed than they do. I mean, so what, baby? Yeah.
Yes, Jimmy, will you send Raven a link, please?
What, baby? No, there's nothing more, baby. I'm sorry. Sorry, my kids are asking for extra food.
That's all right. Gotta take care of the kids.
Well, yes, Gary. A lot of wrestlers do take beatings. I remember my best match looked like a damn MMA fight. Sorry for the language.
That's all right.
But yeah, I just come out there and there's this dude that's like 6'2". How big is Ryan? 6'2", 270, 280. And I'm 6'1", and at the time 185 pounds.
Oh,
I go out there and I trip getting in the ring, which that was the worst part. Everyone's just laughing. He grabs me by my hair, picks me up, and on the way up, I grab him by his legs and slam him down. And then it just turns into a brawl after that. And we brawled for like 20 straight minutes. I'm trying to think who won. Oh, I won that one by disqualification because he was part of a 6-man stable and I'm by myself. And they jump in the ring with like steel chairs and crap. And that felt awesome. Let me tell you. Hey, Gary, I'm going to apologize because this isn't actually my channel. On my channel, I say whatever I want. But on Doris's channel, I'm trying not to upset her or offend anybody that's here.
that's right. I always say I work at a prison and I grew up in a big city. So,
I'm
It's
actually a
very
work relief guard. So I feel you on that. You got a little bit harder core than I do.
to offend me.
Nonetheless, I've met some ladies in the line of work. I mean, they're not ladies when they put the badge on, but ladies in general. Oh, yeah, Rey Mysterio. The only reason why he got the push he did, and I hate to say it, was because Eddie Guerrero's death.
Right.
And don't get me wrong, Rey Mysterio is the best cruiserweight I've ever seen. Now, there's some great cruiserweights today. Don't get me wrong. It's just overall, like, everything that he's done from wrestling in Japan to Mexico to Canada to America, he's put on a hell of a show.
Yeah.
Starting at 15 years of age, I think he was 21 in 96. That puts him 45 now. So he's been wrestling for 30 years.
Yep.
And that man, 3 knee replacements, 2 hip surgeries, a back surgery, torn quadriceps. I mean, that man's put himself through hell, but he loves it. And I'm pretty sure that his son will love it too whenever he actually gets a push in WWE.
Right. Well, thank you, Gary. I appreciate that.
And they are, for having shows like this. Like, I thought about doing a wrestling talk show, and then I found out Doris was doing it, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not, gonna steal gimmicks.
Well, it's funny because one of the only reasons I do it is because whenever I went on Jimmy's live streams, me and a few of his subscribers would end up talking about wrestling because they knew I watched wrestling. And finally, like week after week, they would be like, you should do a wrestling channel. You should. I'm like, but there's a million of them out there. And they're like, but none of them are chicks. It would be really cool if a chick talked about wrestling.
Oh, Gary, that was the night after Bash of the Beach 96.
Yes.
They was actually in Orlando still doing it at the pool. I remember that because Rey Mysterio came out the trailer, jumped off the rail, and Kevin Nash just caught him and speared him back into it.
Yep.
That was great. I was actually there the night they NWO Sting debuted, and I was also there the night that the Giant joined the NWO.
Oh, really?
Yeah, 2 cities that was close to me. Like, I was 50 miles apart from each of them. And my mom, we went to Nitro in Huntsville, and then we went to Nitro in Chattanooga 2 weeks later. And it was actually pretty awesome.
Nice.
Oh, I've been to 3 Nitros, 1 Thunder, and a lot of indie events, which I have to admit, the indie events. All right, guys, if any of y'all go check out indie events, do not expect a great show if you're expecting like WrestleMania, Raw, SmackDown, or anything like that. We don't do pyro, and that's because of Whitesnake. If anybody remembers what happened to Whitesnake in 03. White Snake ruined that for all of us. Like, we might throw some fireworks outside and scare the hell out of somebody, but that's that's pretty much about it. But go expecting a show and people to put their hearts into it. You're gonna find 3 or 4 people out of the roster of 20 that will not work a show, and they're usually the ones that get hurt. People like me hurt them. Oh, it's beside the dress or the dryer, because that's where somebody put it. Anyway, I get paid $5 a match, so if I didn't do it for the love of it, here you go, Raven. If I didn't do it for the love of it, I wouldn't do it at all. Okay. Oh, I can't redact my
Mascot.
statement. I can't take my stuff off. Jimmy, shut it off.
I don't see it.
No, I'm in her room. Oh. Gary, you're kind of right about that. I mean, it was huge that the Fit Paul White came in, but when he became the Big Show, he just kind of fell off.
All right, Raven, you got a minute, and then I'm taking it down. So, Mascot, I've heard that they are going to actually be doing it at SummerSlam.
I can't eat my plate. I need food on it.
Raven, we can't hear you.
Check your mic. Make sure it's not muted. Still can't hear you.
Yeah, I don't think he's muted. I don't see a little
Well, no,
line on his mic.
you can mute it through the program, or you can mute it through the computer. I think it's either muted through the computer or muted on his headset. Oh, okay. All right, go to the cam and mic thing underneath our pictures, and then make sure on audio that's the microphone that's selected, because it might have went to default, which would have been Realtek or whatever your audio card is. I also work on computers, so. And we lost Raven. Close to Raven, nevermore. We shall miss you, Raven. Oh.
Yeah, me neither, Mascot. I can't wait to see them either. So Mascot is actually another wrestler.
Man straight. No.
Mascot, I'm going to put the link up for you if you want to come up.
Okay. I'll put my mask back on.
But yeah. I still can't believe how many people they released.
Well, it's not a big surprise. I mean, the stock market's crashing. Thank you, baby.
I haven't heard it. Do you mean Matt Morgan when he wrestled, or is there something new about him?
Well,
I thought he was pretty good when he wrestled.
Oh, Matt Morgan's a beast, especially with that choke slam.
Yeah.
But I think the reason why that Matt Morgan did he get re-signed to WWE or
That's what I'm asking. I know he wrestled for WWE a long time ago.
but the problem with Matt Morgan now is that we got Baron Corbin, so Matt Morgan won't get the push he deserves.
Yep.
Which I don't know. Matt Morgan's probably just broken down now, unless they bring him in like Brock Lesnar.
True. Hello, mascot. How are you?
Good. How are you, Doris?
I am good.
Hey, Cash.
What up, mascot?
Yeah, I am excited about Hall of Fame. Can't wait. Don't know who they're going to pick yet. I know Batista's one of them. Or wait. No, he's already there.
We got Batista, NWO, the Bella Twins, some tag team. I forget who they are. And a couple others greats from the 80s and early 90s.
Yeah. Batista was inducted as part of Evolution, but now he's being inducted for his singles career.
Yeah.
Evolution hasn't been inducted yet.
I thought they were.
The Four Horsemen and Ric Flair were inducted, but Batista hasn't been inducted yet.
I thought they got inducted last year. No.
No, that was the D-Generation X.
Huh.
I'm actually kind of
that's it
upset
too
though.
because Randy Orton's not in the Hall of Fame, and he would be if Evolution was.
Absolutely. And they're not going to induct him until he retires, but probably the year after he retires.
Right.
Which, I mean, we're only got a couple more years of Randy Orton. Let's just be honest.
Yeah,
Right.
his age is kicking.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right. You know that because you see him less and less as time goes on.
Yeah.
Well, it's not necessarily that. Who you talking to, your mama? Who you talking to? Oh. I'm sorry. I didn't realize my mic wasn't muted.
Cool.
But, yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily that. Like, AJ Styles, they took the title from him because he wanted a lighter schedule.
Mhm.
Oh, that's right too. JBL also is being inducted.
Yeah, I forgot about him. It's easy to forget about him without the acolytes.
I know.
I don't know why I could just never get behind John Bradshaw Layfield. Now, Bradshaw,
Yep.
but I'm actually kind of upset that they chose Scott Hall, Kevin Nash, Hulk Hogan, and X-Pac for the NWO. Because I think you're missing about 40 other NWO members at that time.
Right.
Yeah. I'm just looking up some. So
That's all right.
I just looked up Kurt Angle's on up some. I think he's coming back to WWE.
Well, I know he works in the back, like he works in the backstage area as like a producer type of person.
Yeah.
He'll probably end up being talent relations or something along those lines.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kurt Angle amongst WWE release 4 laughs of announcement. I guess you're right. I guess he's gonna be the host. I mean, I watched Monday night, and I was like, I was getting bored. I was like soap
Yeah.
opera.
Yeah.
They were talking. I mean, I just have to get used to it. But
Yeah. I
Without
haven't
a crowd to work, that's what it's going to be.
Exactly. And that's what they keep saying is it's completely different without a crowd because you don't have the crowd to work off of.
yeah, you know what? I wish McMahon and the suits behind there. I wish they show the old classics till the fires is lifted, all the way
Right.
back in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, and now. That'll be sweet, just to renew.
Yep.
Watch
We-
the old classics.
We got so used to the Monday Night Wars, the Attitude Era, and the Ruthless Aggression era that if we started watching the 70s and 80s wrestling matches without context, it'd just be too boring. And they're going to lose a lot of fans if they do that. I mean, that's just being,
True.
you know,
True.
we got the kids that are in love with Ricochet, AJ Styles, and
John
Finn
Cena.
Balor. No, forget John Cena.
Everybody loves John. I don't know why.
Well, no, I understand why. He's great on the mic. He's a great athlete, and he's superb. He's done everything he could for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. John Cena overall is a great guy, great wrestler. I just hated the fact that he got into wrestling just to appease his dad and to get his dad's money. If he had got into wrestling because he had a love for it or anything like that, that's where I would have been for John. But when I found out that it was like, oh, daddy's going to get a $20,000 bonus every year that I wrestle, I got pissed off because, I mean, that's a shitty way. Sorry for the language. That's a crappy way for you to get your indie show boosted.
Yeah. I mean, like Randy Orton, his dad was the WWE Hall of Fame. I clued him. All the ones that are like inbreeded in the Raw. Now those guys, I salute.
Are you talking about the NWO?
Hey, how you doing, Raven?
I'm doing good.
No, we're
What
not
you-
talking about.
Because I can tell you the actual how far it goes back. Because I remember the Von Erichs. I can remember when Hulk Hogan and Ric Flair started wrestling each other.
Oh yeah. Well, I did some homework about Andre the Giant last week and this week. He has a daughter about my age, same height.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't realize she was as big as he was.
Well, she's not as big as he is, but she's like half. She's bigger than most of the divas. She's bigger than China Doll.
Well, Andre. I remember how Andre Giant, when he started wrestling Hulk Hogan the very first time, he was a friend of his, but they started like separating them. But they were still friends, no matter what. Every wrestler in that organization are always going to be friends because no matter how they play on each other.
Yeah, I mean, back then they weren't show. They were doing it by the blood and the sweat. They didn't have all the soap operas like they have today.
Oh, good.
They didn't have much money back then.
No, because
Andrew, he didn't get that much money. They get paid now, they get a lot more paid now.
Well, see, did you see the fiasco that they did with Mandy Rose and Otis?
Fiasco. I like that storyline. It's not a fiasco.
Well, see, I call it a fiasco because it's like it wasn't really bad. Because when you actually saw somebody coming out and exposing what someone was doing, it looked like a hacker.
Yeah.
And then he wins against Dolph Ziggler in the WrestleMania.
And then gets the girl.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's so sweet. I'm glad Valentine's Day can be done in April. No, but yeah.
Dirty Sunny Deeds. No, I don't think I remember him.
Oh God, it's Sunny. Have you ever heard that name before?
Well, I don't remember that particular wrestler, no.
She was a manager of a lot of wrestlers. She came in with a couple wrestlers.
But I don't think he's talking about that Sunny.
No.
Talking about Sonny Ono is I think who you're thinking about.
Yeah, I know who Sonny Ono was. It's just that I'm talking about
You're talking about the woman, the blonde.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
What happened to her?
Try one first.
She got addicted to drugs and got arrested and did nudes
Oh.
and got fired.
She's actually sends me emails every so often talking about her Skype prices. So if you want to chat with her for 5 minutes, it's only $25.
Who
Shouldn't
could
know
afford
you
that?
want.
Really, who could afford that?
Well, that's
Yeah,
what I
just
said,
so.
Gary, that you weren't talking about that, Sonny. That's who Raven thought you were talking about.
Yep,
But
Sonny. I just looked her up, dude.
there's a lot of these people I
847.
remember. Because I can even remember Demolition.
Demolition.
Oh,
I
yeah.
remember Demolition.
Smash and Axe. That's what I was trying to think of. I always say Axe and Demolition. It's Axe and Smash.
Yep.
And the Road Warriors. What
Yeah.
happened to?
They're
what happened-
back. They're coming back on Raw.
It's not going to be the
Wow.
original Road Warriors.
No,
No, they're gonna be the young dogs. They're gonna be new look and everything. Kind of sucks. I mean, I like the old.
I still like the original.
Me
Don't
too.
don't mess with the original.
Well, let's go ahead and bring back the Nation of Domination and then the Headbangers and the Brood while we're at it too. Just not the originals. Let's just get like Kevin Thorne back and work with Finn Balor and Aleister Black. That's the new Brood. I mean, actually, that wouldn't be a bad gimmick. But
Also, did you guys see the?
Wow.
I don't know if you actually got to see the Funhouse that Finley did.
Well, I
Yeah.
just looked up Sunny for you. I looked up Sunny for you, and she's no looker anymore.
No,
She looks like she's in a poorhouse.
it's a crack house. It's not actually poor. Rent.
I
$2,000
was being modest because there might be kids on here. We don't want you kids to get in the crack houses.
Please not
Okay.
go to crack houses. Maybe cracked houses, but not crack houses.
there's a lot of these superstars that I heard that just recently got released. The
Yeah,
There's,
there's like 20.
was it Rusev?
Yep.
I'll get you the full list.
You know who Rusev is?
Yes.
I've been watching videos about the Great Khali.
Oh man.
I remember the
He's
Great
actually kind of cool guy in real life. He's just like one of us. But
They
you
said,
should
they said he's actually that
artwork.
tall. I actually got to see him. The very first ever open event I ever went to see was the one in Albuquerque where they had him, I think wrestling John Cena or something. I don't know, because it's been a while.
Yeah, I was just watching him doing his farm work. Man, he just has one stick with like a blade on it. He's just doing a whole half yard.
Oh, with the sickle?
Yeah. I'm like, cool. And then he's teaching his son or no, his daughter how to make their cultural food.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was interesting. I
He's
watched-
actually from India. A lot of people don't realize that.
The
course,
curry is a pain in
you
the
want
butt.
it and you don't they don't speak English, so it's kind of hard. And Great Khali don't have very good English when he does talk.
Actually, he does have pretty good English skills. He just learned so much of it. He just probably
Yeah.
reverted back to his native language when he went back home.
I don't think he ever actually spoke English other than I am Playboy.
Actually,
Yeah, I remember that.
actually, if you got to see his videos, you would hear him speak pretty good English at times.
I'm
Nice
sure they kind of
try.
typecasted him, but I mean, his height alone made him a great addition to the SmackDown brand at the time.
Yeah.
And I'm right, Raven.
Yeah, I
Mhm.
subscribe to him. You know, the only wrestler I talk to is Ryback, but you know, he's busy now.
Well, right now,
He's
Ryback
great.
is on YouTube, and he's doing his YouTube channel,
Yep.
and he's
As
talking.
soon as he starts training, this fire starts up, and he's like, "Holy shit! Now I can't go back because of this damn fires." People are like, "Yeah, you can. You got till next year to train up to do something totally new."
I
Absolutely.
mean, he's probably not going to go back because Vince McMahon doesn't want him back.
No, he wants him back. He was
That's
on
what-
Raw. I actually text right back, and he texted me back. I asked him if he's coming back, and I asked him if McMahon's going to let him. He's like, hell yeah. He actually offered me a new dig.
Oh, good.
He's going
I
to be
would
a
like to
totally
see him.
new dude.
To be honest with you, I would like to see him back on SmackDown or Raw
Yeah.
because he's doing good on his podcast, Feed Me More.
He's going to do something different than that.
Yeah.
But
Well, see, he got that. He got that. He got his what he's saying. You know, his saying "Feed me more" at times when he literally was wrestling.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, he used to chant it all the time.
now he's got a new one on YouTube, feed me more, but give me
Well, I
beer.
see- Yeah, I
More
seen him.
beers.
I seen him do a lot of challenges too.
Food challenges, yep.
And
That's
no,
why I
not only,
tried
not only food challenges, but a lot of other challenges too.
You don't stay the big guy without eating a lot of food.
That's true.
I mean, who never had he's never had Wendy's or Burger King. I mean, shit.
Oh,
Where
he
have you been?
he had Wendy's. He had Burger King. He tried the.
Yeah, I know. I've seen all of them. Now he's got the beer challenge. Now that I like.
That's gonna make him swell up.
He
I don't
also
mean muscular either.
He wants to get bigger. That's why.
He also moderated the chili challenge, the tube of terror challenge, because he literally was asked by one of the people that these tubes of terror that these people are doing right now on YouTube. Hot peanuts with Carolina spices on it.
Oh yeah. Gary, you're right, man. You're right. He is a shadow. Goldberg is still the coolest dude. But the one I'm worried about, and he's getting his age, is Brock Lesnar. I mean, he's not as tough as he used to be.
He's
Brock
got a
Lesnar.
weak heart.
I think he
His
needs to
blood pressure's
go
too high.
back to use kickboxing, back in that sport.
Well,
Hey,
right now, that's what I've been hearing is that Brock Lesnar is still going to wrestle, and no matter what, he's just not going to wrestle as much.
Yeah, he's on the Undertaker
but-
schedule. He'll wrestle like 4 pay-per-views a year. That's the top 4: Royal Rumble, WrestleMania, SummerSlam, and Survivor Series.
And that's pretty much what they have Edge on too.
Yeah. Yeah, Brock Lesnar has a secret brother that might be joining instead. He has
I don't know if you looked at some of his siblings. He has a daughter.
looks just like him, I know.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
wow. She's supposed to come back. She's supposed to join.
I
I was
was
but,
gonna say
She
she's supposed
wants
to-
to join the NXT portions
Yep.
before she goes into the main one.
yeah,
Because,
she's got a long ways to go. She's still young.
I can't wait to see Eddie Guerrero's daughter get to the top.
I know. That's what I think too.
Eddie Guerrero.
Eddie
Yeah.
Guerrero's daughter, yeah, she debuted in WWE like 2 years ago, and they still haven't brought her up.
Oh, that would be interesting to see her.
Tilly.
One
So-
of my other favorite I don't know if you guys ever heard of Aces and Eight.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Ace from Impact. A lot of people don't realize that's kind of a ripoff of the NWO because it's the exact same thing as what the NWO started doing
Yep.
when they were doing WCW, trying
Yeah.
to take over.
Yeah.
well, I mean, to be honest, when they did that whole Aces and Eights, AJ Styles became Sting. I mean, he went from having the short hair, clean cut, to being quiet, just coming in, doing
He
run-ins
left
and beating
for
the
a
hell out of
while
everybody.
and then came back.
Free
Yeah.
agent.
Mhm.
You know, the rumors went wild. Oh no, I'm sorry. WWE fired Eddie Guerrero's daughter in 2014. She's been working the indie circuit ever since.
Oh. Well,
She's
that's
also
good.
doing burlesque under the name Miss Nixon.
Ooh.
Kind of curious about one guy I haven't seen for a while is Eric Bischoff.
Eric
He got
Bischoff,
fired.
he got released like the second Raw that he ran last year. They released him, future endeavored him, as CM Punk would say, and he's at home staying in quarantine because I'm not sure if a lot of y'all know this, but he actually had like 3 bouts of cancer in the late
Really?
90s, early 2000s.
I did not know that.
That's why Vince Russo took over for a little bit. It wasn't just a Turner idea; it was a necessity because Eric
Oh,
Bischoff
and
was still weak.
I bet that's why they shaved his head too.
Yep.
That makes sense now.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
a lot of people remember the Monday Night Wars, how they started doing this because when you start hearing it, oh, they're telling you who won in Raw,
Yeah.
and you go back and you see somebody and you say, man, if because Raw was never live then. The only live program was the WCW Monday Nitro.
Yeah, and that's why they used to give away the ending of Raw. So people wouldn't go to Raw.
Damn you, Mick Foley.
And that was one of the reasons why Raw started going live. Was because WCW gave it away that it was taped.
So yeah, I can even remember primetime wrestling. That's with Gorilla Monsoon and Bobby the Brain Heenan.
Oh no, Joseph, that was not the AWA belt. I'm sorry. We're going back into history on this one. When Shane Douglas threw away the title, he won the NWA title at Eastern Championship Wrestling, which was an NWA show. But Paul Heyman was actually pulling away from NWA at the time. And when they said they had to relinquish the belt, that was the storyline that Paul Heyman gave him. So we don't need the F in NWA because we are Extreme. And that's when ECW went from Eastern Championship Wrestling to Extreme Championship Wrestling.
Ah.
Yeah, that's true. Because I'll tell you this, I even remember the ECW when it was like highly extremely and radical in a way of seeing how these wrestlers were actually really tended getting hurt at times.
Oh yeah, man, Sabu, so freaking hardcore. Get his chest ripped open and just super glue it back, and then go and do the next show like 2 days later. I mean, kudos to that dude. He's one bad MFer.
And then,
But yes.
What's his name? Chris
I'll tell you this.
Goldberg.
I'll tell you this. I have been talking to one of the most really interesting wrestlers. You ever heard of Alexa Bliss?
Yes. Everybody's heard of Alexa Bliss.
Mm-hmm.
Bliss Cross applesauce.
Some people say I wasn't really talking to this person, but I have been talking to her on Instagram.
Cool. Oh, Archangel, remember him?
Yes.
I was on scrolling down, and we all know what's her name? She was the first diva. Always stuck her tongue out. I forget her name. I just did it in her. Anyways, Archangel's he's actually coming back, but he's not wrestling. He's coaching.
Ah.
Yeah, because he's got the style of his ex-wife and her uncle. So all his training is going to go through their family, through his style, and then is going to go to a new generation of young people. I thought that was kind of sweet.
Yeah.
I mean, 3 legends in one.
I still don't think that one person should be the champion at times, and it's I can't think of her name now. Bailey.
Yeah.
I mean, she beat everybody, and you can tell when she won, she was still going to be champion at the time. And I would like to see the fallout between her and the boss.
Oh, it's coming. You could tell it's just by the way, freaking, especially when she threw Sasha Banks under the bus with Tamina on Friday.
Uh-huh.
Oh, that was.
That's coming. Because I bet you any amount of money that turns into a triple threat. Because Bailey's going to get involved in the match.
Yeah. That was,
And they'll end up having a triple threat for the women's title.
The SmackDown one.
Yep.
I still say they should have a woman's channel of all the divas.
They don't
They
have
actually
enough
do. They
eyes
actually
for
do.
it.
They actually do. It's just that it's not well played out as much as because a lot of these people are going to get. A lot of people are not really ready for like all these divas because there's one diva that a lot of people are still having a problem with is Paige.
I know. I'm just thinking of the future. It'd be totally cool to watch women wrestling on their own show.
Right? They
They have their own shows. They
I was
just
going to
don't
say, they
WWE.
have the Divas
Oh.
pay-per-view.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people got to watch that and they thought it was. But a lot of these divas can do the same thing as what the men can do, and a lot of people don't realize that too.
I think ODB was one of the first people to actually show us that women can wrestle as hard as men
Right?
do. 'Cause she was
I
taking
remember
bumps in
ODB.
TNA like fucking men, taking the chair shots to the faces and everything. And it really didn't mess Jessica's face up. Speaking of which, she actually owns a food truck in Florida. Yeah, so if y'all ever go down, I think, Miami? It's either Miami or Orlando. Head down there. She still does shows from time to time. She'll even take an autograph with you or take a picture.
Nice.
I'm talking
Gary,
about
I
the
think
ODB, that when she was on Impact, and then you see her marrying, what was it, Eric Young?
Yep. Yeah,
And
Gary,
he-
I think they do.
A lot of these wrestlers are going to be released a lot of times because of this freaking coronavirus. It's causing them more problems too.
You're absolutely right about that, Raven. I was looking at the names that of the ones that have been released. Those are a lot of big money people that are just taking up money right now.
Yep.
So I understand them releasing them. They'll be back. Do not fret. They'll be back by Royal Rumble. Most of them will be. Zack Ryder and Kurt Hawkins probably not. They'll probably go to AEW.
The only thing I cannot really watch is the wrestling that doesn't have the audience, because I've been seeing a lot of these wrestlers do not like that because they want people around them, because they like people cheering them, and there's even some that like people booing the heck out of these people because they feed off the energy of the people.
Well, it's like being a fast food worker. Whenever you get a call, hey man, that burger was the best burger I ever had. That makes you feel great because you put your love into that. And it's the same thing when the fans cheer or boo you. Like, when I watched the first Raw that was without an audience, it kind of felt like watching The Conjuring for the first time. It was just a scary movie.
Oh God.
I mean, it's really the way it felt. Is like, you're expecting a ghost to just pop out. Like, that's the best time to do the Fiend and the Undertaker shit. Just turn the
Right.
lights out and pop them in the ring. Like, oh shit, there they are. I'm sorry.
Yep.
Sorry for the language. But I mean, it's just one of those things. Like, you really can't work a
No.
crowd that's not there. And I remember Alexa Bliss on the first SmackDown trying to get the fans clapping, or Nikki Cross trying to get the fans clapping for Alexa Bliss, and even Triple H made a joke about it. It's like, yep, that's why
Yeah.
we hired her. She's trying to work fans even when they're not here.
Exactly.
So, you know,
It's
I mean,
funny because
Yeah.
I thought Triple H actually did a good job on commentary.
it's easy
Yeah.
to do commentary. It's just hard to get the damn bachelor's degree they want you to get for, commentary.
Well, a lot of people don't realize that even the WWE is under a lot of stress on the programs because a lot of people don't. They can't go to the places because of the stay-at-home orders, and then all of a sudden and then you hear some of these places that are not going to be able to wrestle because of the stay-at-home orders, because a lot of people want to see these people wrestle. Even the AEW is also having problems too.
Actually, yes, Gary, there are videos of me wrestling, and they are not the best videos. They're actually on this channel right here, Neo Cash. I'm gonna transfer them over to my other channel later. I just haven't really had time. But yeah, I don't know. Like, it kind of feels like a training match, and I remember I had a training match.
Daddy.
What, son?
I love you.
I love you too.
Oh man, I'm not a wrestler, but I always wanted to be. I mean, if you're 6'4" and 258 pounds, yeah.
I'm
It-
only 6'1", and I was 185 pounds, and I was out there fighting super heavyweights.
it's a lot of people. You got to learn how to do it right, because if you don't do it right, you can end up possibly injuring or even.
No, take this back. If you don't do it right, you're gonna end up like Hulk Hogan, all messed up body.
Hulk Hogan's actually in better
Well,
shape
he's
now than he
actually
was in the
the
90s.
best.
Well,
still
see,
the
he's in the Hall of Fame twice. A lot of people don't realize is that it's because him, Hall, Scott Hall, Kevin Nash,
Mhm.
Six.
X-Pac, or whatever, Sean Williams.
Raven.
We're going to call him Six, like,
Razor.
because that was his NWA gimmick. I'm sorry, mascot.
Mom, I think Daddy.
Well, his real name is Sean Williams, so a lot of people don't realize.
Waltman.
Sean Waltman.
Hold on.
Okay.
He's like one of the most popular stars in the, because he came back to the WWE when he was with the NWO. Like how their fiasco started fighting with each other at times.
My problem with Sean Waltman is he's kind of like Dean Malenko in the fact that he has 1,000 gimmicks. Like, we had the Dynamite Kid, we had Six,
The
we
1,
had
2, 3
X-Pac,
kid.
1, 2, 3 Kid. Like, don't get me wrong, Sean Waltman, he's a great athlete, but what really ruined him was X Factor. After X Factor, nobody could take him seriously.
Yep.
No. And you wish you could go back to the way it was, but it's kind of hard to go back to the beginning of this thing.
It's
Yeah.
hard to go back to the way it was just simply because, like, we've had the PG model for so long. Like, we could possibly go back to the TV-14 model, but we still got to keep Alexa Bliss with the face. We can't have Alexa Bliss going out there in thongs and having, strap matches with Charlotte Flair, who really has no ass anyway, so she doesn't need a thong, period.
Well, see, Alexa Bliss is one of my favorite WWE women's.
Daddy.
She's definitely the hotter one, but forgive me for saying this because a lot of people probably won't believe it. I think Asuka is the hottest diva in WWE.
A lot of people would agree with you on that too, because she's her and the other
Kari
Kabuki
Singh.
Warriors were champions for a long time. I don't know how long they were champions, ever since they
Asuka
won
was the longest reigning NXT champion.
yeah.
She's actually the longest reigning champion, period. She even beat Goldberg's.
And she was undefeated.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
Well,
talking about in the tag team women's
Tag team
division.
Yeah, well, for a division that's only been around for 3 years, it's really not. Don't get me wrong, it's a great division, but I kind of have hard looking at that division as something along the lines of Intercontinental, U.S. title, WCW television title. Shout out WWE, pay me. You know, like stuff like that. You know, it's just
Well, back in the early '80s, they used to have women tag team champions too.
And it didn't last long then either.
because it didn't go over well. I mean,
Yeah.
women weren't taken seriously. Women's rights movements was still a bitter taste in men and women's mouths at that time.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's the thing. Like with them now, it's like they don't have enough women's tag team. They don't have enough women to make a singles and a tag team division.
Yeah.
That is so true. That is so true. A lot of these people don't realize that a lot of these women's.
The only thing I say now, oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Finish what you were saying.
The only thing I say that needs to happen now with the women's division is now that the women are actually doing cage matches, Hell in a Cell matches. I'm waiting for the first female Inferno matches where a woman's face just kind of melts to her chest, or maybe her chest melts to her knees, whichever one happens first. You know, they need to start getting paid like the guys do. I mean, guys start at 1.5 million, women start at 750,000.
Yep.
I've been waiting for a female Mick Foley.
Oh, we've got one. We got one in WWE already.
Oh, we do. I didn't.
You didn't know that there's a women's Mick Foley?
She goes
Well, I
up there
know
and
his
gets her ass.
daughter's wrestling, but you know.
What is her name? God.
I
She
mean,
wrestled Charlotte.
She's not the NXT former NXT champion, is she?
No, well, she is a former NXT champion, yeah.
Okay, because there's Ruby Rose.
Riot.
Riot. She's like right now getting really good at times, and a lot of people. I would like to see her go against one of these WWE Women's Champions.
Ruby Riott doesn't work the crowd enough to be women's champion. Like, she done great in NXT, but going from a 20,000 packed arena to a 70,000 packed arena
Mhm.
has really shook her, which is the reason why that she dropped the push that she had. And that was the same thing with Brock Lesnar a long time ago, which is why they had him wrestling Zach Gowen and Rey Mysterio week in, week out, because he just could not work the crowd. And, you know, they eventually just realized that they needed Paul Heyman, and Paul Heyman only wanted to be his hype man. So,
Or is what do they call them now? Not managers, but they're calling them
Advocate.
advocate.
yeah.
I'm just an advocate.
For the reigning, defending, undisputed, don't interrupt me while I finish my spiel, champion of the universe.
Gary, that's not true. I mean, it could be, but I still don't believe that.
Did Macho Man have fun with Stephanie McMahon? If he did, then she was a minor, like
Right.
way too young. So Macho Man needed to go to prison. Just saying.
Well, he's
There's a-
gone now. He's gone now. I mean, like,
Right.
Well, that's
he's
why I said
dead.
needed. Yeah.
they're if you know, like I heard that thing too, and I was like, don't tell me it's not true, because it's like she would be too young for him, and how old was he at that time? He's like in his 40s.
Back then, no.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he died in his 60s there, Doris. And that
Did he?
was, yeah.
Yeah.
He was like
He
64.
died in a car accident.
I know that. He had a
He
heart
had a heart
attack.
attack. It was a
That
heart attack that
caused
killed
the
him,
car
not the car accident. And his girlfriend was, his girlfriend was only 18 or 19.
Really?
Yeah. I just don't see it. I have a 10-year rule. Because I mean, once you start reaching the age that I hit puberty, as far as the age difference, no, it's just not going to work. Because I am literally old enough to be your father at that point. Like,
You got to be
Huh.
careful about that too.
I like Nia Jax.
Nia Jax. Yeah, she's
Nia
good.
Jax.
You know, she's dropped a lot of weight. I've been following her on
I
Instagram, and she
noticed
looks
that on her
beautiful.
return. Yeah, she did lose a
Nia
lot of weight.
Jax.
Yeah.
She's doing a lot of glamour shots on her Instagram. I mean, y'all can look her up. It's Nia_Jax WWE at Instagram.
Yeah, I heard she lost a lot of weight because
She did.
she's-
She actually made a return last week.
She didn't lose a whole lot of weight. She's actually just
Well-
built more muscle. I think she's still
well,
around the same weight.
she's probably at a good weight because
She's
a lot,
too.
yeah, but
6
a
foot.
lot of people think that she was kind of fat, and some people were concerned about her health and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, you're gonna
take
end up
time
you're gonna
off.
end up having one, a heart attack, or two, if you can't get yourself fit a little bit better, work out a little bit better, lose some weight, probably even gain some muscle. I mean,
Well,
heck, doesn't really
look-
matter.
That's why Big Show took time off to lose all his fat. And now look
Big
at him.
Show had a hip replacement.
Mhm.
That's why he took all that
Yeah.
time off.
Well, he took
And he
2
got-
years off in
now he's
early
back to
2000s
normal.
to lose weight.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys noticed this. If you go to Netflix, he
Yeah,
has a show.
He has a
the
show.
Big Show
yeah.
show.
Big
Yeah, it
Show-
just started.
I kind of want to see it. Looks funny.
It's actually pretty funny.
I actually got to watch a few of them, and he's doing good as an actor, but
Yeah. It's time for him to be in movies and stuff again.
yeah,
All right.
He's going to be wrestling forever.
He has a good comedic thing in that show.
Well, the thing about the Big Show is that it's Disney comedy. Keep that in mind when you watch it.
So
Don't
it's right.
don't expect like a raw comedy like, oh, did you see her at, no, it's more like, sweetheart,
Yeah,
this is how you take care of
yeah.
a bully. You give
Yeah,
them the
it's not
Yeah.
like it reminds me of the original comedies on television.
Yeah,
because it's
it's about that
family
clean.
oriented.
Yeah,
which I'm actually surprised Disney did that, but WWE probably paid a lot of money for that to happen. And I mean, that's all I'm going to say about that. I'm pretty sure that Disney or WWE and Netflix has some sort of arrangement going on to keep Netflix afloat,
Yeah.
because
Well, see-
Disney Plus is going to ruin them.
well, see, a lot of people still like Netflix because Netflix is still, even when they're still financial strapped, a lot of shows are going on that as well.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, Lucifer is supposed to come back out this month or next.
That's what I heard.
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
it's going to be the 4th season.
Yeah, Gary. Vampiro and Sting had a small feud on WCW.
That fire match, because Inferno match was copywritten. The fire on a pole match.
Yep.
Yeah, a lot of people think that Steen should also have been part of the NWO's induction of the Hall of Fame too.
He wasn't in it long enough.
No,
Well, he was
Not
in the
only
Wolf
that-
Pack. He wasn't in the New World Order. He was
Right.
in the Wolf Pack.
no, the Wolfpack was part of the New World Order. It was a separate thing.
It was a separate faction
Right.
that feuded with
It
the
was
New
a-
World Order at the
Yeah.
beginning, but then they joined whenever they realized it wasn't, they're starting to lose a fan base after Conan left.
Yep.
Conan got beaten the crap out of by Lex Luthor because of him trying to say, because before Rey Mysterio had the LWO, the Latino New World Order, Lex Luthor came out and started telling him, take that shirt off. You're ripping
Yeah.
it. And that's when Conan came out and says, stop. He's no threat to us. And then later on he attacked Conan, or I think it was Kevin Nash that attacked.
Yeah. Yeah, Kevin Nash came down and they both attacked Conan.
Yeah.
But yeah, Sting don't belong in the part that was entered into the Hall of Fame, because if they entered Sting, they would have to enter every other NWO member that there was, because Sting was one of the last ones to enter the NWO.
You need Scott Norton, Buff Bagwell,
Exactly. So it's like,
Horace Hogan, the
I think
Disciple.
we just lost somebody recently.
yeah,
was the
mascot.
Because a lot of these superstars are really interesting to watch at times. When you saw him going after a lot of these superstars, like, and then there were some good wrestlers and some terrible ones too. And I can remember a few terrible wrestlers that didn't cut it that well.
Yeah.
There's she's used to be the speaker. She's gonna be adopted Hall of Fame. Lillian Gargett.
She's already
Garcia.
in the WWE Hall of Fame.
Her age, oh my God, she's 53.
Yeah, Gary Saturn was a good wrestler.
Perry
All right,
Saturn.
guys. I'm gonna dip for a little bit. I'm gonna
All right,
keep
yeah.
StreamYard up, and I'm still got your stream going. I'm just gonna stop doing the screen for a minute.
All right.
All right, later, guys.
Later.
Peace.
But yeah,
Okay.
Saturn was the good wrestler.
There was Perry Saturn. There was a few others I remember. Kevin, the other Kevin. Can't think of his
Kevin.
name. Where he did the faction of the with Jimmy Hart and a few others.
Oh, the
Can't think of it. I can't-
family,
Well, it was
the
Dungeon. No, Dungeon of Doom. I think it was. I'm
yeah,
not
it
sure.
was Dungeon of Doom.
Because they had all these stars and they started having people come in, and it was pretty interesting. That was
Sullivan,
when
yes, Gary. Kevin Sullivan.
Kevin Sullivan. And then the only person that you'll never see ever, a lot of people don't realize, was Chris Benoit.
Yeah, they won't ever put him in the Hall of Fame.
Or any promotions of him, because what he did.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the biggest things, you don't kill a family member or kill your wife and your son.
Yeah. Pretty much we don't talk about him anymore. He's
Yeah.
out of WWE. He's no longer included. Because he was what he did. No.
Mm-mm.
I don't even talk about him because he's gone. He did what he did. It's gone.
But there's also another one. There's Owen Hart.
Owen
The
Hart
guy-
was okay, man, but
I
Well,
think
see,
Owen Hart will eventually be in the Hall of Fame.
because
Well,
right now his wife.
Right. His wife is the only thing that's stopping it, and the Hart family is going to wear her down and beat her down because every other member of the Hart family that retired is in the Hall of Fame. And they're going to shame her for letting Owen be the only one that isn't. She's
Well,
eventually,
She
Seven
still has a lawsuit against the WWE, and
you know,
it's
they
like,
settled.
well, no, it's in a way it is settled, but
She has a
full-
grudge. Yeah, she has a
full-
grudge.
full control of Owen
Right.
Hart's name.
Right. She owns his market, yes. But
Yeah, but I eventually will see Owen Hart being inducted. Him.
right, he'll definitely be inducted someday.
It's just that she's trying to make sure that there's one video where where no one's supposed to see. If you see it, you may see image of him coming, like doing his, was it blue or something?
Yeah, the Blue Raven. They yeah, that's been removed from any WWE footage. That's like locked in a
And
vault.
they actually still had that part locked up, and
Right. They have the original locked up.
they said it's not to be destroyed, not to be viewed. If you actually see it on YouTube, it's probably a bootleg or somebody bootleg it, because it is illegal. Because it has to also do with his wife. Because Blue Blazer, thank you. That was his gimmick. He did that way back then. Back then, in I think late '80s, early '90s.
Yeah, he was the Blue Blazer when he first came in, and then they got rid of that and he became Owen Hart. And then he went back to the Blue Blazer because they had nothing for him to do once Brett left the WWE.
Yeah, Vince couldn't release him because he wanted to join his brothers in the WC.
Right, and WCW didn't want him because they didn't have anything for him.
No. I wish he never died, because he was also one of my favorite Hart Foundation's family.
Yeah.
And even though he was part of the Nation of Domination, he considered himself the black heart of the family. I think Farouk said something that still thinks that he should have been part of the Hall of Fame, because if all the Hart family is a part of the Hall of Fame, why couldn't he be a part?
Well, and that's why eventually she's going to give in and let him be inducted for that simple reason. I mean, that's my opinion. But
I think she's probably getting ready to literally say, "Hey, if you're going to use she's going to allow them to use their husband's images, maybe in video games and stuff like that."
well, she finally let them release the documentary about him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like,
It'll probably be like when Vince steps down, she'll probably after that let him be inducted.
Wow, I just looked up Raven. Remember him?
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt.
Quote the Raven, nevermore.
Yeah, he looks
he
looks like he's dead.
There he does. He's definitely showing his age.
Yeah, he's getting up in age. I mean, heck,
I just
he
looked
was-
up Barry Saturn, and he's looked like a hobo.
a lot of these stars being kind of capitalized on their image and stuff like that. Some of them literally totally lost a lot of money too.
Yep. Well, you got to figure back, like when they were wrestling, they paid for a lot of their own travel, and so they spent. Plus, a lot of them did drugs back then because that was the thing to do. So they pretty much spent all their money.
Yeah.
Oh, he still wrestles.
Who, Raven or Perry?
Both of them.
I was gonna say, I think they both do on like independent.
Perry's actually training young guys, but he's got a new look. He's got a tattoo on the side of his head. He looks like one of those railroad guys eating beans.
Hmm. And then,
Oh yeah, the missing link.
oh, did you guys hear not Ronda Rosa?
Ronnie Wright Piper.
No, not
Ronda
Piper.
Rousey.
Ronda Rousey said
No.
She's not going to go back to the WWE because she called all the wrestling thing, and she called it what she saw. You just got to look at what she said.
Oh, Missing Link. Yeah, you don't hear about him. I'll look him up, dude. Oh, Raven's 55 years old.
Oh wow.
I didn't know he was that old.
Yeah, he's a year older than me.
Wow.
Because I
Missing Link.
remember how he used to be with the Extreme Wrestling, and he literally had his flock in the WCW.
Yep.
Oh, he passed on.
Who did?
Sorry, Greg. Missing Link has passed on.
Oh,
Yeah. Yes.
2007. That's sad. He was a wild guy.
there he was.
I watched the video of Kamala, the black guy with the Kamala. Yeah, that's a hard word to say. Yeah, sad about him, right?
Yeah.
Losing his legs. Hey, he's doing good. He's
Well, that's
in the
good.
workshop. He still wears this mask for fun.
You know,
That's cool.
he wasn't from Africa in real life.
No, he's
That
from,
was his character.
Right. That was
Yeah, I
his
know.
gimmick.
Missing Link was born February 28th, 1939.
Wow.
So he'd be way up there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he'd be in his 80s by now.
So, Gary, light a candle for him if that's your favorite guy.
A lot of these superstars I remember. Even I remember the marriage between Elizabeth and Macho Man.
Yep.
Yeah.
She died of a drug overdose.
Yep. She mixed alcohol with drugs.
And apparently she was still with Lex Luthor.
Yeah, it was in his house that she died.
Oh, here's Junkyard Dog.
Junkyard dog.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I'm looking up what these
too,
old
isn't he?
guys.
Isn't Junkyard Dog dead too?
Yeah, I think. I'm gonna look.
Kind of scroll down a little bit.
Yep. 98. Wow.
Right?
It's been going that long.
He died almost pretty much the same time as Andre.
98.
Not the exact but the exact years, what I'm saying.
Oh, he has a daughter.
Yeah, and she
He was one of
wrestled,
my favorite
didn't she?
old school wrestlers.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking up. These, the ones you don't hear about anymore. They're like behind closed doors.
Yep.
And some of these guys who are literally been out in the wrestling industry for a very long time are also mentoring people too.
Yeah.
King Kong Bandy. Let's see how old he is, if he's alive.
He did.
Oh, he just died last year.
Yeah.
Oh, I just bummer.
King Kong Bundy and George the Animal Steel.
Yep. They both died
George
last
Animal
year.
Steel. I met him. I met George Steele. Awesome guy.
Yeah, he just died last year too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he
I love him.
and he literally loved playing his character. Even though a lot of people did not know this, he had
He
a
was a
degree.
school teacher.
He also had a degree too.
Well, you gotta have
Yeah,
a
he was
degree.
a teacher in Michigan. That's where
Yeah,
I'm
he
from.
was a teacher.
Yeah, he was a math teacher.
Yeah, but he also had a degree, and he was the smartest guy. But you know, when you literally see him rip the, you know, those protective
Turnbuckle.
pad, yeah, the
Yeah.
buckles, you know,
Yeah,
the
he told
things.
me why he did that. He told me why he did that. He wanted to impress the audience, to scare them. You know how he got? You know why he got the green tongue? Here, you know what? I'm gonna show you what I look like. Yeah. He dyed his tongue green because when he licked the women, it freaked the shit out of him. Sorry about that.
Yeah,
He did that on purpose because he was drinking something with green, and then he went over and licked his wife, and his tongue came out. And one of the W the suits, that's what he called them. He was
Mhm.
like, "That is freaky. I want you to do that on out there to the opponents." So
You
that's
know what I
why
mean?
when you'll see the green tongue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He also liked the character he did.
Yeah.
He wasn't he didn't really care. He just liked playing like the animal. I mean,
Yeah,
he was not dumb. He knew how to play the character.
Yep.
yeah. He was the great act. He knew. As soon as that bell rang, it snapped and he went crazy like an animal. That's what he told me. Totally awesome. God. Yeah, I met him like 2007. And yeah, he actually put his hand on my shoulder and he was like, "You're a big fucking fella." He actually said that. And he was like, "You should join WWE." And I'm like, I'm too handicapped to do it, man. So, anyways, yeah, he was like, I'll put my money on you're gonna join WWE someday." I'm like, "I'll try." And then before he left, I was like, "You know what, Animal?" That's what I called him. I was like, "You don't have any children in the Hall of Fame. You don't have any children. So I'm gonna be like you." So for a gimmick for like 4 years, I died. I didn't want to take his replacement of his green tongue. I had the blue tongue. I did do some wrestling back in the 20s, my 20s.
Oh,
But
back
he
when
actually told me to try out. I tried to get in, but Stephanie and back then that was Mr. McMahon. Well, he didn't want me.
well,
Now I'm just too old.
Vince would literally say, "Well, he didn't want anyone to be like the original stars because
Yeah, he was a college professor. He was a math teacher too. Sorry to interrupt. Just reading.
yeah, but like right now, even knowing how WWE is now still getting financial strap because of this coronavirus
Yeah.
and all this stuff is causing more problems even for the superstars.
Mhm.
And actors and actresses.
And
Won't
then,
be seeing
and
a
then,
lot of
and
movies
then,
lately.
and then all of a sudden you hear stories about some of these superstars doing sex videos, and then it's gonna all come out on them too.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people don't realize if you look up Paige,
Yep. I already
Yeah.
got a picture of her. No, not gonna lie. I got a picture of her.
well, I seen what she did, even
Well,
when
yeah,
she
you
was
gotta make.
manager.
I mean, she was retired. She had that problem. She got fired, so she had to go somewhere to get some money. I mean, don't get me wrong. She's probably fucking rich. Sorry, I swear. But she's got like all that money. But what do you do with that money if you're single? You got to make a movie of yourself. I mean, the movie of her life that was +1. I liked it. If you ever seen it, it's pretty good.
I haven't seen it yet.
It's pretty good. It's not
I
bad.
heard it was okay. I mean, it was.
But I did watch her naughty videos. I'm gonna be more polite to say that. I'm just gonna say nice.
Actually, I've seen videos where actually she's probably doing even a couple of superstars.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
know,
I'm trying to be as
polite, more modest. Yeah, I get it. We're trying to make Doris this live nice.
because if I start saying the same crap a lot of people have seen, I would probably get her in trouble.
Yeah, it slips out. Sorry.
That's all right.
Well,
Um,
I
do
mean,
it too
if you're
sometimes.
not kid friendly, if you're not a kid friendly,
Yeah.
you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, my channel's not kid
I
friendly.
mean, her age, I forget how old she is, probably like in her 20s still. I mean, she's still a knockout. I mean, I don't blame her for making a naughty video or two. I mean,
Well,
why not?
well,
I mean, look at Sable. She did it.
apparently, even when she was a general manager, she was touching her.
Yeah.
I'll leave that to some people's imagination.
Yeah. Oh, another wrestler I just looked up on video. What's his name?
Are you trying to think of?
Hey, hang on, I gotta look him up. Continue talking. I gotta look him up.
Okay. I hope you could find what you're thinking, what wrestler you were trying to find, because there's a lot of good wrestlers out there.
Yeah, there are.
Dave Batista is getting up there.
Yep. Yeah, Gary, I wish the Von Erich boys had lived. There's only one still here.
Yeah.
And you're right, I don't know myself how they dealt with that.
A lot of people were upset about them dying at times too. A lot of the people like the Von Erichs too.
Yeah.
All right.
Did you
Doris.
find who you?
I don't. For kids only. I'm a kid in my heart.
Tony.
Doris.
It's a comic book, but it tells you all about the wrestlers.
Oh, cool.
Look
Is
it up.
Is it written? Is it real or is it written like as like
Yeah.
kayfabe? No, but I mean, like, is it written?
Show you a picture. Yeah, it's like comic books and tells you all about it. My
So
nephew
is it
got me that.
the characters that it talks about?
Yeah, the suit wrestlers, but they made them look like comic book characters of their own life, and they tell you all about them.
Mhm.
Hey, Tony.
Excellent. What's going on?
Well, it's from
Not
DK.
much.
Yeah,
A lot of people find those books a lot interesting. They talk about a lot of these superstars. Some things can always be written in the book about these superstars.
but yeah. You here. See, it tells you all about different characters. Here's like Valentine.
Oh, Valentine. Yeah.
Greg
Greg
the
the
Hammer
Hammer
Valentine.
Valentine, yeah,
Yeah, he
one
was
of the guys that I really did not like as much but he played a good heel at times, and he also played a good person. Yeah. Yeah, because if you look,
More importantly, the Iron Sheik is on the other page.
Oh, weird, yeah.
Iron Sheik,
old.
I kind of saw a video of Hulk Hogan and Sergeant Slaughter talking about their match in one of the WrestleMania, where Sergeant Slaughter is supposed to have turned to the other side.
Yeah, I saw that video with him and Hulk. Pretty cool.
He
I
didn't
remember
really.
when I was
A lot of people don't know this, that he didn't really serve in the military. Sergeant Slaughter.
Yeah, it was a
Alright.
gimmick.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Are
he
you telling me
wasn't
that
really a
Henry O.
soldier.
Godwin wasn't a pig farmer either?
Yeah.
I don't know.
And
Anyway, I
the-
can remember
The
being a kid
wrestler
and
that
read.
kind of. Sorry, continue.
Because I
No, go
remember
ahead.
I seen the original, the GI Joe cartoon version, where he had been a part of the, like he played his character in there too as well.
G.I. Joe. That's where he came. That's where it came from.
Yeah.
But
Well,
yeah,
see, Sergeant Slaughter came way before GI Joe.
Well, that's not true. G.I. Joe's been out since the 50s.
yeah. Before
No,
World War.
Yeah.
The Sergeant
No,
Slaughter character came out before he was on G.I. Joe.
Yeah.
Yes. I believe Sergeant Slaughter was the answer to the character was developed, I think, to fight against Skandar Akbar, if I remember
Mhm.
correctly, way back in the day. It was a
Yeah.
gimmick out of necessity, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
During like the
They
Cold
needed
War.
somebody. Yeah, they needed somebody to fight Skandar Akbar. They needed, it's just like when, you look at all the times when America and Russia didn't get along, throughout the years. Most of the time we don't get along with Russia. And that's where you get guys like Ivan Koloff and all those guys. None of them are even fucking Russian. They just shave their heads and put on some red tights with a hammer and sickle on it, and they call themselves, and they pick a Russian name, and
Mhm.
So, but that's what it is. It's a lot of what's needed at the time. Somebody
That's-
said today.
Oh.
I heard somebody say today that they're amazed that Vince hasn't come out with some kind of a character that's something to do with this fucking COVID-19 thing. But but the difference is first of all,
how are you going to make a wrestler from into a virus? That's the
well, hey, we got the dead man, right? So anything's fucking possible. But anyway, but we don't. WWE doesn't really do gimmicks anymore. They don't do too many. They do some. Don't get me wrong. They do some. I mean, you got Bray Wyatt and all that, but for the most part, like the hokey, stupid gimmicks,
Yeah.
it's always supernatural gimmicks now. So, but yeah, I mean, I don't.
Yeah.
You could have done it. They could have had a character that like was the coronavirus man, where he was like, not only was he immune to it, but he carried it, and his finishing move would be like he like licks his fucking hand and puts it over their mouth or something, and then they fucking die in the ring, right? And they die, right? So then all you had to do was make this guy, right, like 3 weeks ago, and he could have fucking fought against Mike Kanellis and fucking Maria Kanellis,
Right.
all those people that got released, and you could have just had him fucking kill them all off one at a time,
It's a good idea.
Right now, it wouldn't work this time because a lot of people would be upset about it too.
Well, of course they would be. It's when they had what's his name, his brother, Davari. Is Davari his first name or last name? You know what I'm talking about? Anybody? Davari?
Yes, I know who.
His
Who's
brother is a Davari, and he wrestles now in NXT in 205 Live. His older brother, the other Davari, I can't remember his fucking name. He was around he was around a long time ago, and they had just started a new character for him, and lo and behold, he was like a fucking jihadist, and he had these guys in like black fucking suits and black masks showing up, and they were like putting bags over people's heads and fucking kidnapping them, and all this shit. And then 9/11 happened, and immediately, because he had a shit gimmick that they had given him, they had to pull him from TV immediately.
Right.
And then he never made it back to TV. They never found anything else from him, and they released him. That poor fucking guy lost his entire career because he did a gimmick that he didn't want to fucking do because they wanted him to, and then he got shit on because of it, which always sucks. So,
Yeah.
Well, the WWE got sued by the for that type of gimmick. They said if you're going to do that type of gimmick, we'll sue you because of it was going against a belief.
because it was going against the belief.
Yes. The Muslims did not want to see that type of gimmick either.
Well, of course they didn't want to see that type of gimmick. because they were fucking killing people and they didn't want anybody to fucking advertise it.
Yep.
Not all Muslims, but you know what I mean. Like,
Right,
course they
because
don't
that
wanna
was
see it.
around the time when they were televising beheadings and
yeah, I mean, there was so much bullshit going on. You know, there's some good people in the Muslim faith. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Please don't. It's a huge faith. There's plenty of good people on there, but you know, it's you got to call fucking spade a spade. The Muslims were the ones fucking that flew the planes in the buildings that were beheading people.
Yep.
That's, you know, unfortunately, that's the fucking religion these assholes belong to. I'm sorry that it's your religion, you know, but you know, that's just how it was. So
Well, don't get me wrong, because a lot of people were upset about it too.
sure. Oh no, of course, it's a touchy subject. You know, just like when the fucking Mae Young gave birth to a hand. You know, that's not
Oh, like
stupid. It's not a good subject.
Dorito,
You know?
welcome.
Oh, bacon, Rocky, bacon. I smell what the Rock is cooking. Smells like shit. Remember that when they fucking DX did the parody of the
Thank
nation?
you, Dorito.
The Rock, one of the guys
squirrel.
who literally
That's me.
you don't. Sometimes you like and sometimes you dislike. And a lot of people thought when he wrestled Hulk Hogan at that time too, in one of the WrestleMania, and you see Hulk Hogan drive the semi into the ambulance. What they did, a lot of people don't notice this, is they took the Rock out. So when Hulk
Of course
Hogan
they
looked
took
in,
the
he
Rock
just looked
out.
at-
What are they going to smash a semi into the car with them in it?
no,
Of course
mean,
they took
seriously.
them out.
yeah. See, the thing is, that
It's the beauty of editing too.
in the way the Hulk Hogan looked, and he freaked out, you can tell he knew he wasn't in there.
Of course
he
he knew
did.
he wasn't in there.
What
But they-
the fuck are you talking about? Of course.
They
Do you really think that Braun Strowman flipped over an ambulance? Do you believe that?
a lot of people say he probably did.
No, he
not at all.
didn't.
Not at all. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Completely fucking humanly impossible for any human to flip an ambulance. Impossible.
Well, not really.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Empty. Without the equipment in there, they're 9,000 fucking pounds. Empty. How are you going to do that? How humanly? It's not fucking possible. Empty, without all those big fucking machines. I used to work on an ambulance, man. I'm telling you right now, they weigh a fucking ton. They weigh multiple tons. They're fucking heavy as shit. If you go back and watch those videos, you can see the things by the
But they
wheel.
have things-
They had wheel. They had things holding the wheels. That thing was completely gutted, and there was hydraulics. That was all that was.
But I'm just saying, a lot of people don't know is a lot of times you can also flip those ambulance over.
You cannot flip an ambulance by yourself.
Nope.
No one
There's
can.
not a person in the world that can.
A smart car, sure. A big heavy guy can
A
flip a
Volkswagen.
smart car.
You could flip over a Volkswagen Beetle, the right person, you know. But when you get something as big of an ambulance, there's just no fucking way. And then he did it again, right? Didn't he do?
He did an ambulance. He did a dump truck.
Hell yeah, DX was the fucking best because I'm replying to Dorito and Nacho Libre, and Lucha Cabre. DX was the best because they did the ballsiest shit at the time. You know, when they showed up at WCW in that fucking Jeep, that was hilarious. I remember years later, like watching videos and people like, guys were talking about how they were in the locker room at WCW and they saw the fucking Jeep at the top of the ramp, and Kevin Nash and Scott Hall were obviously already over there. And Nash was like standing by the back door looking, and Bischoff Gorman's like, "What's going on?" He's like, "Fucking Hunter's up there with Road Dogg, and they got a Jeep and blah blah." And Bischoff's like, "Lock the building down," you know. So, but yeah, it's pretty it's pretty amazing. But
Exactly, Dorito. If you have it lifted and it's almost over, yes,
sure,
a couple people could probably do it.
yeah.
But not going from the ground all the way over.
Yeah, I'll tell you something. I'll tell you a funny story. When I was younger, I worked with mentally disabled people here in Massachusetts, and one of the women that worked in our office, who was one of the executive secretaries, her brother owned an auto body shop down the street, and he used to work on Gravedigger, the monster truck. So the guy that owned Gravedigger, that was the garage he brought it to. He was the guy that worked on it the most and whatever. And so he had Gravedigger in there in the garage, and they were doing some body work to it. And he asked, if anybody from the agency wanted to bring any of the, the clients down there to check it out. So we all made times where we were going to bring our house, because most houses had between 4 and 6 individuals living there. So I called down, made an appointment, and said, hey, I want to bring my guys down. He's like, oh, absolutely, yeah, anytime you want, I was like, okay, cool. So we get down there and we get out, we pull up with the van, everybody gets out of the van, they're all like, oh, because those things, they're massive. When you actually stand next to it and get to touch it, it's like, wow, this is really amazing, And it's just a few steel bars is all it is with a motor strap to it and a drive shaft and then a plastic fucking body. The body's completely plastic,
Right, they take
But,
it right off.
Yeah. But so I'm listening and talking, I look over and I go, oh, holy shit. And the guy's like, what? And I'm like, dude, that's awesome. You got the Corvette. And he's like, oh. He's like, well, there's nothing awesome about it. It's destroyed. He had Vince McMahon's Corvette out behind his building. It's probably still back there. It's a big fucking paperweight at this point. And the one where Stone Cold filled it with fucking cement, and it started when it filled up, the windows busted out and the cement went all over the floor and everything. That was at the Centrum in Worcester.
Oh, really?
And he was the company they called to get rid of it. It was a junk Corvette, and But yeah, so he's just kind of sitting behind his building, But yeah, pretty funny.
All right, Gary, thank you for joining. I appreciate you hanging out.
Gary, be good, brother, man. Take care.
Yep.
Be good, man. Be good. Yeah, fucking Neo had to take off, huh? Sorry, it took me a while to get on here.
That's all right.
Got my kids asleep, and then my mom called me from Ohio, and she's freaking out. She's losing her fucking mind. Afraid she's never going to see any of her sons again. This coronavirus bullshit. Yeah. Coronavirus, I'm never going to see my kids again. I'm like, listen, relax. You'll be okay. It'll be okay.
It is affecting everybody. It's just not only affecting families and stuff like that.
Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't do it. Don't say we're all in this together. Don't fucking say that. I don't want to fucking hear that again. I'm so sick of hearing that bullshit. Listen, we are all in this together. Some people are essential employees, like Doris and myself. I'm not sure about you other two gentlemen. We have to go out. We have to work. Like I still have to go to fucking work. And I'm not. What's that? Noah?
It was buried in the papers.
Hold on 1 second, right back.
Raven, I'm not insulting you, but you kind of look like Psy.
Sorry, who?
Cy from
Duck Dynasty, a little bit. Just a
Uncle
little.
Cy.
You look. I'm not insulting you, but you look like him. The eyes and the beard. I'm not insulting you. I'm just saying.
No.
Up close, you look like Psy.
Well, there's a guy here on YouTube called Cy North.
I didn't know that.
All we need you to do is listen here, Jack.
I have known people on YouTube for a while. I only started streaming a year ago.
The wrestler I looked up, Brooklyn Brawler.
Yep.
Oh, God.
His birthday's next 2 days.
He was one of my favorite heels back
Yep.
then.
He was like one of the best jobbers.
He literally, because he is actually from the Bronx. A lot of people.
Kind of Dean Ambrose kind of reminds me of him.
Dean Ambrose?
When he was younger,
Mm-hmm.
a little bit.
A lot of these superstars are pretty interesting to see it today.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're not gonna.
No, I mean you're not going to bring back a lot of these factions again because a lot of this is already done, and a lot of people are getting tired of it too.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean,
some new young
I-
guys. I don't know.
the AEW has its own problems too, and a lot of these people they're trying to bring that type of wrestling back. A lot of people actually got to see him, and I'm not denigrating that brand of wrestling. It's just to me, it just doesn't. It's not. It doesn't cut out. It doesn't really cut out anymore.
Yep.
It's not. It's not a bad thing. It's been pretty good at times. There's some good parts, and then there's some bad parts, and right now you see Matt Hardy going on AEW, and he's going against Chris Jericho, and he gained a lot of weight. If you've seen Chris,
Yeah, he has.
Yeah.
He's so out of shape.
That was this new gimmick. That's gonna kill him off
Yep.
because I'm
I mean,
overweight.
I like Chris Jericho when he was fit. He was able to do a lot of these stuff. He can't do his line moonsault or whatever that is he's doing right now
No.
at this time.
No, he can't. He can't do a lot of things right now. He's way
Who's-
too out of shape.
Who?
Chris Jericho.
Didn't Jericho hit a lion salt when he lost the world title in that match? He hit a lion salt in that match.
Yeah, but I mean, he
Yeah.
can't.
He did, and the reason why I know is because when I saw the clip, I was like, "Holy fuck!" At his age and with that gut, I can't believe he still pulls that off so smoothly. It was smooth as fuck. But yeah, no, he is still doing it. I'm sure it's harder to get over, and he doesn't do it as often. And I'm sure
No.
he's waiting for the day he lands on his fucking head. But you know,
Well, right now you're seeing a lot of these wrestlers not doing too much of the chair shots on the head because
Well, in WWE, it's banned. They can't. They
Yeah,
get fined.
have any of you guys watched the Beyond the Ring series? Any of those yet? If you haven't, they're fucking amazing. You should.
Yeah, they are.
There's a great one about Bruce Brody. There's one about the Montreal Screwjob. There's a 2-part one about Chris Benoit's death. Some of those are fucking great. Did you see the one about Brawl for All, Doris?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes,
that
I
was
did.
fucking unbelievable. Wow, that was unbelievable. But the
Yes.
Benoit one, Raven, there's like 5 minutes where people are talking, and the whole time they're talking, they're just showing disgusting, vicious chair shots. Or people it was like people, in the video, they were like, you just clenched your fist, you grit your fucking teeth, and you took it because you had to, because it was part of the business. And there was like people getting smacked in the head with chairs, and blood just starts gushing. It was like when I was watching, I was like, oh my god, I can't believe I used to like this. It's so brutal, it's so bad, it's so fucking horrible,
when Chris Benoit literally did his drop and he hit his forehead on the opponent, that also caused more problems for him.
Well, most of the time he hit his head on the freaking mat. He didn't even hit the other guy.
The him hitting his head on people is what caused his neck injury, which led to him having to be. The neck injury is the problem. When he learned them, it says in the thing, which he talks about in the thing. Where did he learn it from? Was it Snuka that was doing it? Somebody was doing it. And
Yeah, it was Snooker that started it.
Jimmy Snuka.
Jimmy Snuka. And Jimmy Snuka stopped doing it because it was fucking up his neck. And then the Dynamite Kids started doing it. And then the Dynamite Kids, the one who told him, don't do it. Snuka told me not to do it, and I did it. And now my neck's fucked up. Don't do it. You're going to shorten your
now
career.
Dynamite Kid's paralyzed.
Dynamite Kid's dead now, but yes, that was from that. So then Benoit started getting his neck fucked up. And then he had to go on pain pills, which just escalated the problem. It all compounded. By the time he died, when they looked at his brain, there was so many holes in his fucking brain. They said that they can't imagine he had more of a mental capacity over like a 6-year-old. But yet he was still,
Right. The coroner had said basically he had the brain of an 80-year-old Alzheimer's patient.
Right. That's crazy. It was just, when you watch that series, and it was tough to watch. It was. But there's a couple things on there that
it is harder for people to understand that a lot of people don't why he killed his family, and it really caused more problems too for wrestling community because a lot of wrestlers were surprised that he would do something stupid like that.
The whole thing was fucked up because he killed his wife and his fucking kid on
And then
Saturday.
was texting people.
On Saturday, and then
Yep.
Saturday night was telling people, I got to bring Nancy and my son, Nancy and Daniel, to the hospital because they have a stomach bug. They were already fucking dead. He
Yep.
had already killed them, and he already had them laying there with Bibles. And then Sunday morning, he highlighted some fucking Bible passages, wrote a half-assed suicide note, put a towel around his neck, and hung himself from his fucking weight bench in the basement and down in the
Yep.
workout room, and killed himself Sunday. Sunday night, he no-showed the pay-per-view, and they had no idea what was going on. By the time the pay-per-view came around, Benoit had been dead for 12 hours. His fucking wife and kid had been dead for a day and a half.
Yep.
The next day, they end up finding out mid-afternoon that that all three of them are dead, and they think it's a murder. So they go on air and they idolize this fucking asshole.
And do the memorial. Yep.
Yep, they idolize him, and then they find out that he
They screwed
murdered.
up. They screwed up. I blame the WWE for that, for idolizing him at the time, because
Well, at the
It's
time,
like-
they had no idea.
yeah,
And
at first.
they did memorial shows on every superstar that died.
Yeah, and at
If
the time
they
that-
didn't do it and it turned out that he was murdered, everybody would have shit on WWE for not doing it.
yeah,
Mhm.
and at the time,
Yeah.
He was a fucking company man, a hard worker,
Yep.
loved his wife, loved his kid, was the most loyal motherfucker. Nobody could ever imagine he would do something like that. You know what I mean? That's the whole thing about it. Like, you couldn't even imagine that
Even
would
the
happen.
Iron Sheik was upset too about that too.
Yep. Everybody said that's all he ever talked about on the road was his kid and his wife. And
The Brawl for All, though, you got to see that one. That one's amazing.
yeah, that is a one.
Fucking Vince Russo basically set up the Brawl for All gimmick just to prove to Justin Bradshaw that he wasn't the toughest motherfucker in the locker room. And then almost everybody that was in it got hurt severely, ended up shortening their careers. It ruined Bart Gunn's fucking life. It ruined his whole fucking life. He won. They didn't expect him to win. They sent him home, and then 3 months later, they put him in the ring with Butterbean, and Butterbean went in there just to fucking prove a point and fucking smacked him around and fucking paintbrush that prick to death. Just fucking beat the shit out of him. It wasn't long, but he was like, I knew what I was doing. I went in and beat the shit out of him. And then that was it. WWE sent him home again and let him go. That was the end of Bart Gunn. And then he suffered and fucking whatever. He ended up, what was he? He was at like a bar and somebody got in a fight and he ended up getting stabbed. He wasn't even part of the fight. Somebody fucking swung at somebody else and missed him and fucking gutted his whole side out with a fucking broken wine bottle. Now he's just an old man. And it's not good. It's not good. But whatever. Yeah. It's just, Steve Williams fucking ended his career. Ended his fucking career. They put him in there at Bart Gunn. Bart Gunn knocked him the fuck out. They were grooming
Steve Williams.
They were grooming him to fight Stone Cold Steve Austin. He was supposed to be the next competitor for Stone Cold Steve Austin. Steve Dr. Death Williams, this fucking guy. I watched this guy because when I was younger, I used to get magazines and I used to get tapes. There was a guy that owned a video store that I knew, and he would get me the tapes of all the Japanese matches. So I watched a lot of Japanese wrestling when it wasn't available. Like now you can find it online anywhere. Back then you couldn't. Mm-hmm. I used to have a guy that would get the fucking videos for me that owned a video store, and I would watch those. So I knew who Dr. Death Steve was. When he showed up, I was like, holy fuck.
He was
Steve
badass when he first
got fucking destroyed. Yep. And he was badass because the guy had hands like this big. You watch Dr. Death matches, he looked like a fucking barrel with two big fucking hams hanging off of those are his arms with fucking boulders for fists on the end. He was just massive. Like I wouldn't want to get pitched by a guy like him. What in life throughout my whole life, anytime I ever argue with anybody, if I'm thinking about fucking the fact that we may be getting to the area where we're going to throw down, I start looking at your hands. And if you got these big meat hook hands, those are just naturally strong, big, fucking burly hands. I don't want to get punched by those. Fuck that. That hurts so much more. I don't. And that's why I don't fight, because I look at the hands and go, nah, I'm good. I don't even know.
A lot of these superstars are getting really up in age too as well.
Well, of course, we got to groom new ones, but you know,
Well, I
unfortunately,
mean,
Vince isn't smart enough. He keeps going back to the well. He keeps going back and digging up the fucking old guys. I
Exactly.
mean, seriously, did Goldberg really just fucking wrestle on WrestleMania again? Come
That
on.
was the fucking worst match I've ever seen. That was so stupid.
So I'm gonna
he
make
was
a
supposed to
video,
wrestle-
Doris.
He was supposed to wrestle the
It doesn't matter. It was stupid.
yeah.
They knew 2 weeks before that freaking Roman Reigns pulled out.
I'm gonna make a video, Doris. I will probably do it maybe later tonight, and it's basically just gonna be talking. I'm gonna talk about a podcast that I listened to a little bit in the video. It's some friends of mine that have a podcast, and they watch Royal Rumble and WrestleMania. It's not a wrestling podcast. It's about games and it's nerd culture. They're nerdy guys. They watch movies and they play video games and they fucking talk. But they're funny as shit. They're a good time, great guys. But they do watch. One of them's a wrestling fan. He watches year round. The other guy only watches Rumble and Mania. So they do a show on Rumble and Mania every year. So the guy who's just a casual fan and only tunes in and catches up around Rumble time so they can do those two pay-per-views was like, what the fuck did I watch? 2 nights? Are you fucking kidding me? Blah, 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 blah. No fucking fans. Here's the fucked up thing. WWE recorded that show 10 days earlier. WrestleMania was recorded a week and a half before they aired it, right?
Yep.
So they had plenty of time. What they should have done, what they could have done, the technology these motherfuckers have, you know, fucking $500 million company. All these fucking people they have, all these professional editors and everybody else that they have working for them, they could have tarped off the fucking performance center with green tarps, and they could have green screened in a fucking crowd. They could have done that. They could have added sound and video. They could have made it look really good. They really could have.
Yep.
But they didn't.
Yeah, they could have. And that's the only thing is I did not watch WrestleMania because of they didn't have any fans, and it came out the day before the coronavirus, and they were saying, "Oh, it's going to happen. Don't worry about it." And then when they heard that the Florida Commission was going to close everything down, they said, "No, we can't do it."
Well, so
They should have delayed. They should have delayed WrestleMania later on.
Well, you know, shoulda, coulda, woulda. You're absolutely right. They probably should have. I agree with you on that. I would have much rather a live Mania, Raven. Absolutely. But hindsight's 2020. It's over now. They did it.
Yeah.
Yep.
And they
They're
did
going to
it in 2
build up
nights.
SummerSlam now.
Roman
because-
Reigns got sick. They were afraid he had the coronavirus. So Braun Strowman finally gets his first world title. Good for him. You know, a lot of different things happened there. Gallows and Anderson lost. Well, obviously, because see ya, they're gone. Fire
Right.
those fuckers today.
Did you see the one? Did you see the Undertaker versus AJ Styles?
I thought that was a pretty good match.
All right. So here's what I'm getting to, okay? So you had all these matches in an empty arena. Kevin Owens risked his fucking life in an empty arena. You know, jumping from that fucking sign 25 feet down onto, who was it, Seth Rollins?
Yep.
First night, best match of the night, because they produced it. It
Right.
wasn't just a wrestling match. They produced it. Undertaker versus AJ Styles. Now, we watched a 16-minute match, I think it was, right?
Yep. It was something
8
like
hours.
that. Yeah.
Took them 8 hours to
Right.
make that match. 8 fucking hours. Because
Yep.
they taped shit, they retaped it, they took breaks, they ate, they drank, you know? But it came out good, right?
Mhm.
Here's the video I'm going to make, Doris. I want to talk about, in the time that we're in right now, where there's no live crowds and everything, what an amazing job WWE did. Although 90% of the pay-per-view sucked because there was no crowd and wrestling feeds off the crowd, I think it's a shame that these wrestlers had to wrestle in empty arenas, because I know the feeling of the adrenaline rush when you hear that crowd. I've
Yeah.
experienced it. I know what it feels like and how much like I was in a wrestling show in Rhode Island. I was like 21, 22. And there was this asshole wrestler there who died 3 weeks later. So I guess I really shouldn't talk bad about him, whatever. But he was a local guy, and the internet was just coming around, and the wrestling federation that we worked for had set up a website. So I went on there one day and I was checking out the website, and they had a chat room. So I go in the chat room, and there's this guy in there, and he's like, "Oh, I don't like you. I don't like your guys, blah, 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 blah." Because I was a heel, you know. And I was like, "Oh, that's cool. Whatever, man. You know, and I'm glad you don't like us. We don't want you to like us. We don't like you." And, you know, I was playing a character. I was in character. I'm in a fucking chat room under my wrestling name. So then he says, "Oh, well, the only guy I like in your stable is Sonny Goodspeed." And he said, "But then you threw him out." I go, "He's too good to be bad guys like us." I said, "He's not worth the gunpowder to blow his ass to hell," or whatever, you know. Like, and again, honest to God, just kayfabing, you know. We go to this wrestling show, and this wrestler's like, "Hey, will you manage this guy tonight?" And I was like, "Huh?" And he's like, "I don't know." He said he would want to do a spot with a manager. Would you manage me? I said, "I don't care, whatever, sure." I managed like 9 guys, so what's an extra one? Well, the guy wanted me out at ringside because he wanted to attack me, and he wanted to fucking hit me. And he wanted to make it look like it was part of the show so he could hit me as hard as he wanted to and get away with, you know, it was a way for him to attack me and physically attack me.
Mhm.
But, you know, so I didn't realize what was going on because this guy chopped me in the head. He was an Indian gimmick. He wasn't no fucking drop of blood, Indian blood in his body. He was just an asshole. But he chopped me in the fucking head. And he hit me so fucking hard, like I saw the white flash, and I fell. I bumped on the hardwood floor outside the ring. And he grabbed me by my hair, and he dragged me up, and he fucking hit me again, and I fell again. And then he tried to pick me up again, and he was like, "Get up, get up." So I fucking stood up, and he hit me, and I turned around and staggered, and I came back toward him and fucking let him hit me again. And then I fucking staggered off and tripped on the ground. He got back in the ring. So he hit me 4 times, but I let him. I was dummy turning for him, you know. And all I was thinking was, this guy works really stiff. I didn't really think that he was attacking me. He was giving it everything he had, but I didn't. I thought he was just working stiff. First one, he hit me fucking good, but after that, like the other ones, I was expecting him to come, so I was tightening him up, you know. So we get in the locker room, and he just starts fucking, "Oh, you fucking talking shit about my friend online, blah blah blah." I was like, You were the fan I was talking to? And he was like, "Yeah, I was setting you up." And I go, "So I was in character and you're upset about that?" You know, like, either way, fucking piece of shit. But I know how that adrenaline affected me. You know, like the adrenaline of the live crowd. Again, I just thought he was stiffing me. I just thought he was working tight because it's different, you know. And I feel bad for these guys wrestling without the adrenaline of the crowd. That sucks.
Yeah.
But what I wanted to talk about is what an amazing job WWE did, in my opinion, by giving us one of the best things we've ever seen on WrestleMania. And that is, they produced an amazing story between John Cena and Bray Wyatt.
Oh,
That was unfucking believable. That was true Hollywood fucking produced. It was beautifully done. In a time when we can't have a crowd, WWE delivered something really special for us that Sunday night. I haven't gone back and watched it again, but before I do this video, I will, because I got to tell you, watching that video, it's 2 years in a row now that WrestleMania has given me the goosebumps.
That was the white
John Cena,
wasn't it?
huh?
Yeah.
That was White Funhouse.
Yes, it was amazing.
Yeah,
They did such a good job. They went through both their careers all the way through. They went back and forth, you know. It was so great. Last year, was it last year that it happened, or maybe 2 years ago? Maybe last year he wasn't in. Was he in WrestleMania last year, John Cena?
Yeah, he lost to the Undertaker in like 3 seconds.
That was last year. Okay, so the year before that, when they were in the outdoor stadium, that to me was another beautiful. Like, WWE really delivers some great moments to its fans, its hardcore fans that have been there forever. 2 years ago, when John Cena came back as the Doctor of Thugonomics, they played that Babe Ruth video, and then he came out and he was all fucking the chain, and he came out and fucking he rapped and fucking tore down Elias and then kicked his ass. I really thought he was turning heel that night. I was so fucking excited that he was going to turn heel, but it didn't matter. Like, he even said he was turning heel, but then he disappeared for another year, went out and made movies. So he's not really a heel. But it was just such a fun moment. It was fun. That was real fucking fun to throw back to the Doctor of Thugonomics, you know. But I really am impressed with the amount of work they put into that. They did a good job. So.
Yeah, I got to see the part where he did the BNW skit.
The what?
BNW skit on the White Funhouse. Where
Oh
he
yeah,
came
yeah,
out.
yeah. That's
Where
right. Yeah,
John
I forgot
Cena
about that
came
part.
out in the
Yep.
in
In
the
the NWO
NWO
shirt.
shirt.
Yep.
Because a lot of these things worked, and a lot of them didn't work that well. But I kind of agree with you. That one did actually work a lot. The
His thing in
Undertaker,
wrestling.
the Undertaker, and the AJ Styles did actually also work too.
It did. You're absolutely right. It absolutely did, and that worked really well. But the difference is, it was more of a match,
Uh-huh.
and it was a great match. They did a great job, Raven. You're right. They did a great job. They produced it really well. Great match. When Undertaker was in the grave and AJ went up and sat on the fucking tractor, and all of a sudden the Undertaker just appeared behind him. That was really cool. Some great moments in it, but it was still a match. The
Yeah,
Firefly Funhouse wasn't really a fucking match. It was
No.
more of just a movie. It was like a fucking. That was great.
Yeah.
Loved it.
yeah. And then later on, he did the Mando claw on John
Oh, the
Cena.
mandible. Yeah.
A lot of people said that was pretty good too.
Yeah. Yeah, I think those two, in my opinion, were the two best matches out of Mania.
Yeah.
The others were okay, but it's just you just cannot stand not seeing a crowd in the WWE.
Right. Well, the
Because-
Goldberg match sucked. The freaking Brock Lesnar match sucked.
Oh yeah, no, I agree. And all right, hold on. Let's see. I gotta play this clip real quick. So this is this podcast that I'm talking about. I'm going to. I asked the guy. I was like, "Can I use a clip from your show?" He's like, "Yeah, whatever, man. As long as you're not making us look." I'm not making him look bad. This guy's a wrestling fan, and you can really feel the emotion in this fucking dude. So let's see.
Yeah, go ahead and play it. But
I'm just gonna play just one fast fucking clip of it, and you'll understand you'll understand this guy's passion just by this clip that I'm gonna play. Let me find it first, real quick. It was Invisible Man. What the fuck is it?
because a lot of these superstars are kind of worried about the WWE because no fans and a lot of fans. And I'll tell you this: if you look at some of these fans, they're also getting pissed off at the WWE because they can't go and watch your favorite superstar, even where they're good guys or the bad guys.
Yeah.
I'm waiting.
We're all waiting.
I'm just trying to find this fucking thing. Sorry, I think here it is. This is it.
Tootsie
Oh,
Rolls. I want a Tootsie Roll.
Wait.
Here you go. I found my mom's at Doritos too.
Doritos.
I found this today.
Oh, cool.
Oh,
Spicy nacho.
yeah. Like, I'm kind of hooked on them now.
I love Tootsie Rolls.
A lot of people like it too.
Pain in the ass to take the wrapper off though.
No, for some, it's kind of not.
You had a running goddamn tally where you told me to stop. Can we just go ahead and
All right, here it is. You ready?
Go for it.
He's talking about the Brock Lesnar match. It's about 30 seconds, probably. Listen to the passion. This kid's fucking great. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm done with the Brock Lesnar matches. Like 16 finishers, and that's all you fucking do all match. You had a running goddamn tally where you told me to stop texting you because you were trying to keep count on how many claymores, German suplexes, and F4s were happening, because those are the only goddamn moves that happen. Yeah.
That's exactly what I thought. I was like, really? That's all they're gonna do?
I'll tell you this. Even the wrestlers thought it was a stupid thing to do with the Brock Lesnar, and can't think of the other guy's name now.
Well, this guy Sean on this podcast, he was the one who kind of was like talking about and really passionate about how great that clip, that Firefly Funhouse thing was, and I was like, wow, he's so right. So that's why I sent him a thing. I was like, I got to do a little video about that. He's on, he's a podcast. I'm on YouTube. It doesn't matter. But I asked for permission. I said, can I use some clips for it? Because I want to put that in there. That's fucking great.
Well, and that's like that's what sucked about the freaking Goldberg match too. It was like 3 spears and then 3 power bombs, and the match was over.
Right.
It's like,
right.
really?
Mascot, didn't you have masks on one time when you were on here?
It just they could have really played on it, but Braun Strowman was the last minute entry of this for this Universal title. Didn't really
Mascot, didn't you have masks on last time you were on here?
Yeah.
Yes, he did.
I'm like, oh, I've never the whole time thinking I've never met this guy before. And all of a sudden I was thinking, like, wait a minute,
I know what I look like.
Friend.
You know what I look like.
Yeah, I'm like, this is Lisa's friend. He was wearing the mask that time. That's right.
Yep.
I forgot about that. Sorry,
I
man.
broke out of it.
Yeah.
There's
That's a cool mask, man.
several superstars that really did not like how this WrestleMania
Like a duct tape, I'll make
36 played out. Sometimes
Yeah, I didn't really read up on anybody's opinions on it, and the reason why I didn't was because I just kind of was like, it's gonna be, most people aren't gonna like most of the shit anyway, because it's taped in front of no audience, and it's just the whole thing. Yeah, I don't know. I feel bad for wrestlers that are making their returns right now, as much as I can't fucking stand her. Fucking Nia Jax came back the other night, and nobody cares. Fucking they debuted fucking Luke Harper, who I think they should have kept Luke Harper and gotten rid of Eric Rowan 5 fucking years ago and pushed Luke Harper, but they didn't see it. They don't know. Like Luke Harper said when he joined the AEW, he said, "You're just another out of touch old man who doesn't understand me." He was referring to Vince McMahon, of course.
Yeah.
But he debuted the same night Matt Hardy debuted, and it's like,
Hi,
what the
Monica.
fuck?
a lot of the,
Monica.
a lot of people is going to end up blaming the Chinese government for this fiasco. And it really pissed off a lot of fans, because a lot of the fans wanted to see, like I said, they wanted to be a part of this. And when they couldn't be a part of it, you go out and you listen to some of these people, and they're like angry that some of these matches could have been a lot better, like the Goldberg match.
Right. They taped it. They could have edited it.
Yeah.
They could have redid it.
Yeah.
That was the whole thing that I thought was cool about them pre-recording WrestleMania, was they had the chance to make the matches better, and they didn't take that chance.
I screwed up big time, and it's like, and right now, there's a lot of people literally got to see some free of the WWE Network for a month. They got to watch some of the matches, even I'll tell you this: the WrestleMania 35 was a little bit better.
WWE was just talking about making people pay $50 a fucking show for pay-per-views again and dropping the WWE Network, and then the coronavirus hit, and they're like, "Oh fuck! Oh, at least we have some income coming in."
Right.
I mean, they've got a lot of income coming in. I've seen people bitching all fucking day about it. Oh, they didn't have to drop anybody. This is bullshit. They cut people every year after WrestleMania. Number one. Number two, we are in the middle of a fucking pandemic. Drop the fucking dead weight, and everyone's like, "Oh, well, they don't pay their guys that much compared to what they make." They're making like $500 million a year on TV rights. but they have to produce TV to be on there.
Right.
And the people you're not using on fucking TV, why are you going to keep them around?
Right.
Why?
And a lot of those people were people that were asking for their release anyway.
Absolutely. Doris, if you
Because
and I
they
owned a
were-
company, right? Say we owned a farm together and we had 80 fucking rows of corn, right? And we had 80 rows of cabbage and 80 rows of this. And throughout the whole summer, we could only send 8 people out at a time to pick vegetables because that was the state law, right? The state's, huh? What's up? Oh, you say hi, Monica? Sorry, I'm just yapping. So we can only send 8 people out in the field, but we got 15 people on staff. Sure, we can rotate them, but why the fuck are we paying 15 people? We can only put 8 out in the field. Doesn't make any sense. Oh, just sick of listening to it. But yes, money coming in is money, network money. Good thing for us, they kept the network around. You know, happy with that. So. It just sucks. I fucking the whole thing. You know what sucks most about this coronavirus bullshit is that we can't just go see our friends and hang out and have drinks and have dinner with them, and you know what I mean. Like you forget, you don't realize something. My dad
Can
was
you
like
go
on the fucking street.
to a good restaurant now? Because they say if you go to a restaurant and you're sitting down, you're going to get fined.
Well, the restaurant, at least the restaurants
aren't allowed to
around
be
here
open if that's the
won't
case.
even let you in.
Yeah.
It's
You can't
all
go to a
takeout
restaurant. You
or
can't go to a
private
restaurant
pickup.
and get fined because either the restaurant is able to be open or not be able to be open, depending on what the governor says per state. I don't know what
Right.
state you're in, Raven, but
I'm in New Mexico.
oh, okay.
Yeah, here the restaurants can't even let you in.
Yeah, no, they
You
can't
have
hear
to
either.
call your order
pickup.
in, and
Yeah.
they bring it out to you.
Yeah, they can. You can go in to pick it up. Like
Right.
if you ordered a pizza, you could go to the pizza place.
Right. A
walk
lot
in,
of
pay
places
for it, walk
around
out.
here are doing the curbside pickup for their own protection.
They're offering it. Almost every restaurant offers it. So if you want
Yeah.
to, you can call ahead and pay for it ahead of time with your credit card.
Yeah.
And then they'll bring it out to you. You don't have to get out of your car at all. But the option is there if you don't want to do it that way. Yeah, either way. It all depends on the restaurant, but some of them you still can't go into. I went and picked up pizzas last week for us, and I went there and I went inside, wasn't ready, walked right back out the door into my car, said to the lady, "I'll come back in 10," and then 10 minutes. I was watching, I could see him anyway because I got windows, I could see in, and then I saw him, stacking the pizzas up. Like, that one's mine. That's my order. So I went inside and I was like, "Is that one of mine?" Is that 74 or whatever it was? He's like, "Oh yeah, here you go." And, they have hand sanitizer there for you.
Yeah.
They have, they pass everything back and forth in a bucket. So they put the pizza up on the end of the window, and they're like, you can pick that up and take it out on your way out. And then they come over and then they hand you, they slide like a plastic container across, and you drop your credit card in it, and they pull it back over, and then they swipe it, and then they put it in there with a pen, slide it back over. You got to sign it, slide it back. There's no touching.
Yeah.
Wow. Crazy.
Well, most places right now will have where you could just stick your credit card in this machine or slide it. Because I see now stores covering those credit card machines with plastic and
Thanks, Monica.
enter your number.
This is my new setup. I'm not in the room with Jimmy no more.
Is that an actual background or is that a virtual background? It's a real background, right?
It's a real background.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, it does look good. It's nice. I love my background. What do you think of this shit, huh?
Very
Fucking
nice.
Shithole. Fuck off, office. You suck. I got a green screen downstairs. I'm going to bring it up here and put it behind me.
Well, here's my background.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell I got kids' artwork hanging over the fucking walls. This is a chair, and the chair is covered with Easter baskets currently. Over here, you see next to the chair. Where is it? The picture here. Well, I guess my fat ass is blocking it, but right here, there's we got 4, 8. I got 8 like 11 by 17 canvases, and then I have 4 that are like 31 by 31s. And I got fucking oh yeah. I got some paintbrushes,
Nice.
acrylic paints, big set of them. Do a little paint with a squirrel. I got no artistic bone in my fucking body. But
Some
currently, of a fucking Reddit woe with some douchebag.
some of these people that I've seen on WWE are ups. Like I said, they're still upset with the WWE, but it's causing it's like causing problems for a lot of people too.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. I'll give you a little haha moment. I had a friend of mine talk about how pissed he is at the WWE. And he says, you know how hard it is for me to watch Raw when there's no audience? I said, so you're still watching Raw? He goes, yeah. He goes, so you're going to complain about WWE and you're going to bitch about it, but you're still fucking supporting the product. It's like, well, yeah. Stop fucking bitching.
Yep.
I got an idea. This is what Mr. McMahon should do. Everybody in the world is on YouTube, right?
Yeah.
WWE should handpick. Everybody's a fan. They should have handpick wrestlers wrestle for you, and then you get your extra credit. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Like
No.
Doris, your favorite guy is The Undertaker, right?
Yep.
So you give him a plus up, +1 to win. You know what I mean?
I'll let the fans pick the outcome.
Yeah.
I got
Let
you.
us pick the wrestlers, let them wrestle, and then we can watch them. But
They did something like
winners-
that.
Yeah, they did.
They had Taboo Tuesdays.
oh yeah,
They
I
were
remember that.
pay-per-views
Oh, yeah.
where you
When,
could
like,
pick the opponent, the type of match.
Where
Totally forgot about that.
all the fans, and I think they're still allowing the fans to pick the wrestling matches, but I don't know yet because there's a lot of problems with the WWE.
Monica's making fun of my background. Dilly
She
dilly,
is.
Monica. Dilly dilly.
Oh, you paint too, Monica? That's cool. I paint
Yeah,
too.
if you go to Monica's channel, she's got a bunch of paintings up.
Oh, I
I've
paint
never
too,
done it. I
Monica.
just want to try it.
I've known Monica for a while. She's a good artist because I've seen her on a lot of other channels too.
Yep.
Let me show you my paintings. If you don't guys don't mind.
No.
My family says I'm not that bad, but I like the other people's opinions. Right back. Continue to talk.
Oh, okay. if you're just smearing paint on your balls and you're going to show it to us, I'm not going to be impressed. But if it's paintings, I'll check them out.
Oh man.
That's funny.
So,
What was
Raven,
your- go ahead.
how are things going in New Mexico currently?
Well, in my city, we had no deaths.
That's
Well,
good.
that's good.
I live in a tiny little town. They've been telling us right along that we don't have any cases. And then the state finally updated and said, okay, well, actually, because the state was the ones hiding all the case numbers. And they finally told us that they would do the cases. And that's pretty good, man.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
is
that is
good.
good.
If I can get one to come out half as good as that, I'll be really fucking
Right?
happy. Because I have not an artistic bone.
I
Yeah,
like
that is cool.
That's cool, man.
I'm not real. I painted
No,
that
you-
owl for my mom.
You
I
did
just
good.
did this
You did good.
a week ago.
Nice. Yeah,
Very
those
good.
are
Did you-
really good.
Did you use Q-tips on that?
No, it's freestyle.
Okay, no, I was in. I saw. I was actually looking through, just like learning, like reading about like painting with acrylics, and there's a lot of like snow scenes like that where people use a Q-tip and they dip it in and they do it to make those like little wispy looking things that you had on there. You did it probably with a brush, obviously, but it's just an effect you can use with Q-tips. So I didn't know if you're done. I was like, oh, I was just reading about that. That's crazy. But no, those are cool, man. Those are very nice. If I come out half as good as that, I'll be happy.
Right.
Really, not an artistic bone at all. I hope mine come out looking nice, you know. But we'll see. I'm gonna do some weird stuff too. So I'm gonna do some some pouring art. I'm gonna do some chain art, some rope art, using different things, you know. So we'll see how it works out.
That ought to be interesting.
I thought so. You know, we'll see. Maybe if I can make them, cool. I can hang them up. You know, make myself a little fucking squirrel space to hang out in. Put that one
Oh,
closer
what's
so I
that,
can
a
see it
lake?
better.
Looks like
Oh, there you go. Now you can see it.
That's
or
cool.
trees. Looks
Yeah, I'm
good.
not on that one. This one,
Nice.
Oh, diving eagle. Cool.
I did this for my church.
Well, that's cool.
Very cool, man. When
Almost
are you going to
done.
give it to him?
I actually took it back.
Oh. Okay.
Very nice.
I got one more, and I'm done.
Cool, man. How long have you been
Cool.
doing it? You just started dabbling, just freestyling, or?
Mm-hmm.
Very
I
cool,
painted
man.
this regular paintbrush.
Nice.
Well, you got talent.
You do everything with a regular paintbrush?
Thanks.
Did he say he does all the paintings with a regular paintbrush?
Yep.
That's even more impressive. That's crazy. Wow. That's
You
a
got
paintbrush.
you got talent there.
Yeah, dude. You
Yes,
do
you do.
everything with a big paintbrush? That's crazy.
Yeah, it takes me 1 hour to do it.
Wow. That's crazy.
Nice.
I like painting. Kind of relaxes me.
Yeah. So we all need something to relax us, you know?
Well, I will definitely check out your channel, Monica.
So,
I like
Tony, did you watch NXT last week?
I haven't seen anything. I'm so far behind. The
Chris
last thing I
Cross
saw-
finally made his kind of debut. They showed him stalking Gargano last week
Who?
at the Chris Cross.
Oh. Yeah. That's right. Who do you think is going to be this? Or have they already? Maybe they've already showed it. I don't know. But isn't there like somebody who's like producing these movies or
Yeah,
what's that
They-
going to be? Who,
they haven't shown it yet. I don't know if it's Chris Cross, and they just haven't. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah, I
the
don't know.
circle thing.
it's crazy though. I don't know what was going on with it, but we'll see. We shall see.
Yeah, so it just ended with him outside of the building watching Gargano leave the building. So I'm assuming tonight.
So it
that
sounds
they'll
like
have-
he's going to be NXT though. He's not going to because that other thing is on the major show, right? When they
right
have the guy
the
doing
circle of dots.
It's
Yeah,
kind of like the GTV thing, isn't it?
yeah,
That's the person who exposed the.
the whole freaking what's his face?
Mandy, is it? And Otis, or what's her name?
Yeah, they exposed Mandy and Otis were the ones that were supposed to have a date, and
And it
then
was Ziggler and the
Ziggler
lesbian
and-
girl.
yeah,
Who?
Mandy's the other one.
Mandy was supposed to date Otis,
Right.
and apparently, what was going on behind that was, her partner
Sonia.
Sonia was trying to deleted all the messages.
Yeah.
Right. She was texting, pretending to be Mandy and deleting the messages so Mandy didn't see it.
Oh, Monica, aging yourself.
Hi, Bubbas. I know Mama keeps picking this up. Huh?
Yeah, crisscross the song Jump. Yeah, I remember that.
Now you really dated yourself, Monica.
What is that?
That's Mandy.
Oh, is that Barry Manilow?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, she's really dating herself now.
Well, I'll tell you this. I remember some of the songs that probably she remembers too. And
Oh,
I'm
you probably remember
54.
songs that we've never even heard.
Well, I'm trying to think what songs we used to listen to on the Barry Manilow, Frankie Valli, Billy Joel. My parents had all those albums, like records, you know. So my mom would
Yep.
put on
One of
Stevie
them-
Wonder, and yeah, it was great.
One of them was one of the songs that I remember is "We Didn't Start the Fire" by Billy
That came
Joel.
out later, but yeah.
Billy
I was
Joel.
talking like earlier, like I'm talking like Uptown Girl and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Uptown. My mom used to blare Uptown Girl on the thing.
Wow.
The home stereo.
Because I kind of remember a TV show called Glee. They did the Uptown Girl.
Oh, did they? Yeah, I didn't watch that show. I'm not into watching people that like scripted singing. It's weird. Like singing, I like, but scripted singing, the whole like where there's a storyline behind it, is too
Well,
weird. for me.
see, the thing.
I know it's kind of like a musical, but
Well, see, it's like a school because they call it Glee for a reason.
Because they're gleeful.
Yeah, well, no, it's like a Glee club, and a lot of people like to sing and stuff like that, old songs and stuff like that. Because some of the songs I remember, and I go back and I said, man, I remember the Singing in the Rain because I remember the movie Singing in the Rain. They paired that with Umbrella from Rihanna. They kind of like mixed two songs together.
Yeah,
that Singing in the Rain movie. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
You're pretty
That
fucking old.
came out in the 50s.
The Singing in the
50s.
Rain movie. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Oh, you cut off the best part when I said you're fucking old.
Well, I'm only 54.
Yeah, you're not that old, man. Just fucking busting balls.
See, because I was born in 66. And I was only 3 years old when I remember.
So you already had your birthday this year
Yeah,
in March.
February.
I was trying to look smart there and just guess.
February 14th was my birthday.
Valentine's Day is your birthday?
very nice.
Yeah. I'm on the Ides of March 15th. Nothing we celebrate. Nothing I.
My
can
niece
say
is
it's a
on
cool
March
day.
15th.
Yeah. You know, and it's
Well,
2 days before.
today's tax day. Well,
It's
allegedly.
2 days before everybody wants to be fucking Irish Day.
Yeah.
Fuck everybody, Jesus.
Yep. Jimmy's mother was on Irish Day.
Yeah, I don't get it. Everybody wants to be Irish on the 17th.
Yep.
Well, if you're not Irish, you probably don't understand.
Yeah. Well, I mean, seriously though, like everybody's Irish, and now all of a sudden everybody's Mexican on fucking Cinco de Mayo, right?
Yep.
Everybody, like, where are you hanging out? I can't. Like, I know people that are like, I'm so pissed. I wanted to go out for Cinco de Mayo. I didn't get to go out. And I'm like, the fuck are you crying about?
Right.
Go out drinking any night, you fucking worthless douche. Like, what does it matter? You know, it's stupid. It's so dumb. So I digress. So,
I think we went out once on Cinco de Mayo, and I think it was like an accident. We ended up going to a Mexican place, and when me and Jimmy got there, we saw all the signs, and we were like, "Oh, yeah, it's Cinco de," and like they were having like obviously like tequila drinks and shit like that at a discount, but
you know, I worked for a liquor company when I was living in Florida. I worked for a big liquor company. So we had to go out and do Cinco de Mayo promos on Cinco de Mayo. You'd do like 1 hour promos, like a boom, 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 boom. You'd hit 4 or 5 places in a night, going out and just handing out free shit, giving out free fucking shots. And boy, what a bunch of fucking gluttonous fucking cocksuckers there are out on that night. I'll tell you that, and you know, that night and fucking St. Patty's Day. It's just the worst gluttonous fucking moron fucking asshole drunks. And that's, I mean, I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying not to swear too much. That's the best I got. Fuck you, people who drink on St. Patty's Day. Yeah, anyway.
Well, they canceled a lot of the gatherings and the parades and stuff like that.
a lot of places around here are doing away with the St. Patrick's Day parades. Hey, Yankee Mafia, thanks for coming.
What's up, Yankee?
I think it's just became too commercialized. A lot of people don't.
Oh, they all have. Valentine's Day is the same way.
Yeah.
You know, it's just a fucking excuse to spend $10 on a bar of chocolate and $70 on a box of chocolates and $80 on a dozen roses when they fucking $10 in the other day. Yeah, it's the same fucking thing. Green's my favorite color too, Monica. What shade of green? Is it traditional just green, or is it like more like fucking lime fucking jello green? Or?
Is it pine green? Is it evergreen?
Mine's
Lime?
I'm a forest green. That's my
Neon
favorite color.
green?
Yeah.
Kelly green. What the hell is Kelly
Yeah,
green?
Fuck Kelly Green. Horrible quarterback. Oh, never mind. Sorry. Yeah. Oh, Kelly Green. Let me see. I just gotta see what color green this is because it might be close to. I like most greens either way. Kelly Green. Let's see. Oh yeah. See, not so much. See, this is weird. So which one is it?
There's a color Kelly green.
Well, that comes up Kelly Green, which looks like forest green, which is that's my favorite
Right?
color. Right
That
there.
does
But
look
then
like
this
forest
also comes up as Kelly Green. So
Maybe
Monica, which
Kelly
one is it?
green is like
Well, a lot of people would drink because they have bars that would have these green beers. A lot of people tried them and didn't like them that much.
Well, there's no difference. It's just fucking Budweiser with fucking green dye in it. Doesn't taste any different. We used to, when I worked at the bar, they'd come in and be like, all right, how many green beers do you want? Like, we'll take 4. 4? You think you're only going to do 4 kegs? Well, no, we got to give Miller 4. We can give you 4. You know, we'll just get it all from us. You know, it's just such a big fucking slap and tickle bitch fest between these motherfuckers. You know, so like I don't care who I get it from. Whoever's cheaper, I'll give you all 8 kegs. You know, I used to make them fight over who could get the price down for 8 or 10 kegs. You know, and they'd fight over it. They're like, "Oh, I won. Budweiser. Bud Light's going to be the green beer." And then I take the tap handle off and put a fucking tap handle on that we made that just said green beer on it. So nobody got any credit anyway. You fucking idiots. But.
there you go, Monica.
Monica, I think I've seen that video. I didn't realize you got that many views on it. That's awesome. Very cool. I haven't started painting yet because I don't know what to paint. But I finally figured it out, I think, tonight, so we'll see.
Very nice.
So, Tony, who's your favorite wrestler this time?
At this time?
Mm-hmm.
From the current roster... Oh boy. If we're talking guys that have been around and are just seasoned at the craft and amazing, I don't see how AJ Styles isn't on the top of almost everyone's list. The guy's amazing to watch. When he goes out there, he performs every time. He's great. Love watching him. When I'm talking about young guys that are exciting to watch, and I think probably the best guy on the roster as far as you know, a younger talent that's up and coming, I think it's Buddy Murphy. I think Buddy Murphy's fucking great. I'm glad to see him getting somewhat of a rub now, but I think he deserves a little more. And then other than that, I mean, I'd have to say my third favorite. So you got your fucking seasoned vet, and then you got your younger up and comer, and then my third favorite guy, who's also a seasoned vet, but he's not. I think he might be a year or two younger than AJ. I don't know. Is Kevin Owens. Like watching Kevin Owens wrestle, always enjoyed it. So.
A lot of people like Kevin Owens, even though he sometimes, and a lot of people don't realize that he's much more of a nicer guy in person. A lot of people have met him, but when he plays his heel at times, he plays it good.
Yeah, he does make a good heel.
But in real life, he's not that guy. He's like
right. Well, they all play a character.
Yeah. Yeah. And you got to literally see how some of these other superstars are acting at times. A lot of people don't like Dolph Lundgren, but they like to hate him. Doesn't mean that they don't like him. I mean, because like you see these wrestlers coming out being one of the best wrestlers that they look at, and you see how popular they get. But some of them would like to turn heel at times. Some are really good at playing a heel at times.
Yeah.
The only person I really don't care for is Bailey.
Yeah, I don't like her as a heel either.
I like her before when she was like uplifting and stuff like that. But the way she looks now, she could dump that look.
Yep.
And the reason why I call her the other girl the boss is because she can play heel
Yeah.
perfectly.
Like I could see them starting a feud and Bailey going back to being a face
Yeah.
and Sasha Banks staying a heel.
And then talk about the two women tag team champions, Alexa and
Nikki Cross.
Alexis is at least one of my favorites. She's real good. She could play a heel at times because you can tell, she calls herself the goddess.
Yeah.
She could be a bad girl anytime she wants to be, but she also likes to be a good person too.
Yeah.
The other Nikki Cross, when she was with the two, with Eric Young
Yeah.
in the NXT, brand, when they came onto the main roster, I was hoping that Nikki Cross would have came with them and play her part as well, because she could be really, really good at being bad at times.
Yeah. Yeah, I like Ember Moon too, Yankee. You don't ever see her though.
Nope. I just looked her up.
Yeah. She hasn't been on that I could think of off the top of my head this year at least. I think it's been almost a year.
A lot of stars want to come back to work, and they're right now worried about this coronavirus. And
I know, but she hasn't been on since way before the coronavirus.
No,
So the coronavirus has nothing to do with her not being on.
no, and
She's just one of the ones they don't use.
I swear they should have pushed her more, because she would have been really good at being also a bad.
I could see her wrestle with Jamie Foxx, or what's her name? Fox.
Oh, Alicia Fox?
Yeah,
Alicia. I could see her maybe team up with her.
Yeah.
I don't see Lisa Fox that much either.
No. Well, and she's old. She's like older now too. Like she's more of a veteran. She's been with the company for like 10 or 11 years.
Yeah. Now there's another one. Should be Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
She's been there around.
So many superstars could have been really good at playing a bad person or bad guy or bad girl. And
Yep.
seeing the women, most of the women's division, they should push them more, because it would have generated a lot of these people to really like some of these women. Because, like, you remember the Riot Squad?
Yep.
I wish, and now Rose, Ruby Rose,
Ruby Riot.
Ruby Riot, she's playing. I think she could play one of the best bad heels in the WWE, and they should push her to being more of a heel. And then Liv Morgan and the other girl I forgot from the
Yeah, Sonny could be a bitch though, Yankee. Back in the day.
Mhm.
Go ahead, mascot. Were you gonna say something?
Oh, I was just gonna say, CM Punk should come back. He's been gone for a while.
Yeah.
I think they're gonna let him come back.
I mean, he's wrestling Tommy from the Power Rangers right now, but I think he should come back. I think he should come back, and Ryback should go back to kickboxing because he's losing his touch now. He's been losing his matches.
Ryback wants to come back as much as possible. But I think a lot of people sees his challenge, and he's really
Eddie Brock, I mean, not Brock. Sorry,
Eddie Brock.
yeah, Brock Lesnar. You know, Eddie.
Mm-hmm.
That's his real name, Eddie Brock Lesnar.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of Ryback was one of the good. He could play. He could play heel at times too.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at CM Punk's video of him now fighting,
Uh-huh.
yeah, I can see him going after, the new guys. I mean, teach the young guys the new tricks, old tricks.
Old tricks. The young guys, the old tricks.
I think he should come back and do like an 80s style look. You know what I mean? Like the punk rock leather coat,
Yeah.
dye hair, mohawk. Yeah, mohawk.
Who?
That'll bring back the 80s style.
CM Punk.
Oh, CM Punk.
Yeah, I'm going to look up how old he is.
I don't think he's that old. I think he's probably like in his late 30s, early 40s.
He's like 40 or 41.
Yeah, he's married to AJ Lee.
Yep.
AJ Styles is his wife.
AJ Styles is a man. AJ Lee's his wife.
Yeah, sorry. I'm with it right now. All right, you know what I mean. 41.
41.
Yeah, so he's kicking it.
He's one of the.
Been a long day.
I would
Yeah.
like.
I was just thinking the same thing, mascot.
Seeing a lot of people.
Of course, how many days a week you working right now?
See a lot of stars come back at times.
I'm back to full time.
Yeah, I'm
WWE announced CM Punk returns tonight. Okay.
What?
CM Punk weighs on Ronda Rousey.
Oh, that's on the backstage thing.
mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm just reading what this stuff.
Yeah, that talk show.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what Rhonda was saying, how she didn't like the WWE. She was calling it fake and stuff like that.
Ah, okay.
I know, but I don't know. I think that's part of a storyline because they have.
I kind of agree with you there. It's just I think they're just trying to play it on it. Just,
Because not only that, but they have other wrestlers like calling her out. And so
Yeah.
I think it's all part of a storyline.
CM Punk versus Ronda Rousey. Is she still wrestling? Yeah. She fights men.
especially when she literally had Triple H on her shoulders.
Yeah, that was awesome. I was like, oh shit. I'm like, shit. Talk
But
about old guy.
But I think a lot of the fans out there are saying, wait a minute, is this just a game that they're playing? They're trying to pit a lot of people against each other. Could be.
I think Strowman take a listen. Oh yeah, definitely. Right now he's against the guy with the mask. What's his name?
Who?
That's
Strowman
Yeah.
and Wyatt are gonna start a storyline.
yeah.
I mean,
That's
there's
it.
some.
That's the Fiend.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's Barry White's or Barry Wyatt.
Bray
Bray
Wyatt.
Bray Wyatt's character.
There's gonna be some kind of match.
Yeah, well, if you remember, Strowman was part of the Wyatt family.
he was.
True.
He was also
Yeah.
a Rosebud.
Yep.
Fuck.
My favorite part of him is I don't know if it's I know it's fake, but him pushing that damn semi truck over, flipped it over. I thought that was fucking awesome. Sorry. I know it was fake, you know, it had wires and all that. But
Well, they did a good job with it though. They made it look real.
Yeah, they did.
So that's all that matters, you know. Just
Yeah.
like the
but still, it looked.
I'll tell you this: a lot of people are stronger than you think.
Oh,
I
definitely.
know it's still real to me, Dad. I know. It's okay.
It's just that you got to literally see what's really going on, because you're only seeing him maybe end up lifting the ambulance. Some people say, well, there was a lot of things to do with the way of doing that stunt.
Yeah, but still. He
Especially
kind of reminds me of Stone Cold Austin going after Mr. McMahon. Remember those days?
yes,
Oh,
especially
that's what I
in
mean.
the hospital, where McMahon
Yeah,
was in the hospital, and
Oh, he hit him with the big pin.
yeah,
yeah,
on
Braun
his
Strowman. Yeah, he reminds me of Stone a little.
you could tell if your leg was actually broken, you don't need that much casting, because that was more padded than the actual casting. Because when
Yeah.
you saw Steve Austin hit Vince McMahon,
Yes, his leg wasn't really broken.
no,
No, I mean, remember the part when?
Newsflash, neither was Bob Orton's.
Yeah, remember the limo blow up, and everybody was starting to cry on it. Oh my god!
I thought that was real.
Are you
True, I did
serious?
too.
See,
I'll
that's
be
what I'm
truthful,
saying. That's what
I'll
I'm saying. A lot of these things, I thought they were real at times. Okay, but you only get one part of the story, because you don't see what happens. Because he literally walked out on the other side of the door.
The limousine was blown up like 3 days before that show aired.
Yeah,
It was a completely different set. It wasn't even at the arena.
it was edited. So when he closed the door, that's when it blew up. A lot of people didn't realize it when that door was actually closed. There was a trigger mechanism on the door. Someone on the other side of because the windows was actually rolled down, and when you literally saw the door close, it was pulled by rope, just so it just set off. I know. I never thought. I knew it was fate, because like the smoke in me believe things, thought it was real, called it, and they said no, it's fake.
All right, so I think you're overthinking it even more than that. You're thinking there's a rope pulling something, whatever. Literally, like, have you ever edited a video for YouTube? You know how you can just fucking put two clips next to each other and just bleed straight? You take that car and you have Vince McMahon get in the car and close the fucking door. And then he opens the door and he gets out of the fucking car and he walks away. Then they pack the car with explosives and they blow the fucking car up. And then they take that video and they splice it right as the door closes. That's where they splice it. And then they put in the video of the car just sitting there. It's from the same exact still camera. They don't move it. And boom, they blow it up. It's literally just done with editing, man. You know?
Yeah. A lot of people thought it was real at times, but that was a time where, if you kind of look back, that's when this Chris Benoit thing happened.
Right. That happened the week before the whole Chris Benoit thing, and they stopped the storyline because of that.
Yeah.
Right.
And you see, and then later on you see Vince McMahon come out on stage, and a lot of people were like, "Okay, that was set up."
Well, it's wrestling.
Well, no, the way they were going to play this story line out.
Did you think that Brian Pillman was going to shoot Stone Cold Steve Austin?
You mean
No.
it wasn't?
No, I'm pretty sure that was set up too.
Brian Pillman in Stone Cold literally said this. They were still friends, but they were playing it on. They played that part to the T.
Well, that's the more friendly you are with somebody, usually the better you can act with them.
Right.
Yeah.
The better.
I was heartbroken as a kid when I found out that two guys who currently were going arena to arena to arena to arena and having the same fucking match every fucking night, because that's what they do. It's the same show. They just put it on in different cities, right?
Mhm.
And that's why, since they do it that way, a lot of people stop going to these fucking house shows because they're bullshit. You don't see anybody good. You're paying too much money. They're only getting 2,000, 3,000 people, so they've cut a lot of the house shows out. But back then, I had just seen 2 nights earlier a guy that I loved. I thought he was great. His name was Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Everybody remembers him, right?
Yes.
And he had a fucking knockdown, drag out fight with the Iron Sheik. They were mortal enemies. They were, I mean, we were all over TV at the time. USA versus fucking Iran, you know, it was the fucking hatred of the countries. It was the big thing. And after I watched those two assholes fight each other in Worcester, Massachusetts, 2 days later they got arrested going over the Canadian border, and they were in the same car together, and they both had cocaine on them.
Yep.
And I was like, they're
Well,
actually
that was
friends?
the thing. They would travel together, especially if they were in a storyline. So that way they were both at the same arena at the same time.
Well, see, the Iron Sheik and Hacksaw Jim Duggan literally were still are friends today, because a lot of people thought they were really mortal enemies at the time.
Until they got busted with a bunch of cocaine together, yeah.
Until that thing started coming out too.
Yeah.
Because a lot of these wrestlers couldn't keep a secret as much, because even with the steroids thing, and a lot of people were angry about it too. A lot of these superstars.
The beauty of the wrestling industry, though, nobody ever holds a fucking grudge forever.
Yeah.
Superstar Billy Graham threw Vince McMahon under the fucking bus and told the whole world what a piece of shit he was, and how he was buying steroids for the wrestlers and everything else throughout this whole fucking ordeal when the steroid scandal hit. And they still put that fucking dick in the
I was
Hall
going
of
to
Fame.
say, and he's in the Hall of Fame.
Of course.
It's
a bunch of-
66 today.
Today?
Well, there's a lot of superstars.
How crazy is that? We're talking about it.
What
Yeah.
happened?
54.
What's that?
January 14, 1954.
Who?
Hacksaw.
Oh, January 14th? I thought you said he was today. I thought today was his
I
birthday.
thought he said today too.
Yeah. That's cool, though, man. He's 66. He still wrestles on the independent circuit from time to time.
Mm-hmm.
Iron Sheik, if you have a Twitter account and you're not following Iron Sheik, I don't know why, because he might be the funniest motherfucker on
He
Twitter.
is.
Mhm.
Yankee, I think he just went crazy and
Yeah, call me insane, Claire.
One of my favorites back then was Coco Beware.
with Frankie. That was his bird.
Mm-hmm. I like
With
him and Jake the Snake.
we were talking about earlier about jobbers, and nobody mentioned Coco Beware, and it's too bad because he was one of the biggest jobbers there was.
Yep.
He never won anything. Would he
No,
have, I think he had the tag titles once with Owen, maybe, or did he even get the titles?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, I
he was a
think when
jobber.
they
He was just a
first
fucking.
put- yeah.
another goofy fucking character. He came out with that stupid fucking bird. Most of the wrestlers hated him because he had to travel with the fucking bird and he was annoying. You know,
Frankie wasn't annoying.
Jake the Snake Roberts didn't. He
That's
doesn't
all
really,
over.
you know, Jake the Snake doesn't really own any snakes, right?
Yes.
They actually had a guy that owned snakes that traveled with WWE with all these different snakes, so they could use them for the shows. He had a few big ones that was always Damien was not always the same snake. It was 2 or 3 of them that played Damien. He's the same guy they got the Cobra from when they wanted to
Doink
get
the
fucking
Clown.
shit.
Doink the Clown. One.
That guy was hilarious.
But he
Well,
was,
and there's been like 10 Doink the Clowns. That's the
Yeah,
only
Matt-
thing.
I know, but
Matt
the
Bourne played
original,
him first.
the original,
That
first
was
one.
Maniac Matt Bourne, yep.
Mhm.
And he was nuts. Like he was fucking crazy. Like he was always a little loose in the head. So he played that clown. Probably he had that evil fucking laugh. He'd look at the camera. You're right. He
Well,
was
he
the
creeped me out at times because the way he laughed and I'm not really big on clowns at times.
No, you're a big clown fan.
No, but
My buddy doesn't like clowns either. He's a cannibal. He says they taste funny.
he literally knew. And then when he went against Jerry Lawler, and all of a sudden you see these small ones coming out of nowhere. Jerry Lawler did the same thing with a
Yeah, they had a Survivor Series match.
So that was all the dinks, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, Dink, Doink, and Tink,
Dink.
I think.
Chink, chink. The midgets.
The funniest thing is when you saw all the midget wrestlers, even the ones that were working with Jerry Lawler, turn on Jerry Lawler, beat the crap out of him. That was the funniest thing he did.
Now, what did you think about King Kong Bundy splashing the midget at WrestleMania 2? Was that
Oh my
acceptable?
God. I was so dead. I was like,
it was a fucking Little Beaver, man. You know, you're talking about Jerry Lawler getting turned on. What about Little Beaver? He had to take a Bundy splash. Man, poor Little Beaver.
yeah.
Lord Littlebrook, Little Beaver, the Haiti Kid. Who the fuck was the other midget in that match?
You remember that one part with Triple H and Shawn went under the ring to the midget?
Where
That was fucking funny.
where they are being sued by Hornswoggle.
Hornswoggle and the others.
Yeah, and
Everything is tiny.
and
I
then
thought it was fun.
took him to People's Court, but it was not the actual People's Court. It was it
I
was
just can't. I can't.
that was
It was humor.
yeah, it was fun. But then a lot of people hounded on them for doing that because people were saying they were exploiting these guys, and in reality, Hornswoggle never felt he was being exploited in the WWE, even being the sidekick of Degeneration X.
I got a question for you. Vince Russo, misunderstood or a complete piece of fucking shit?
Complete piece of shit.
Yeah, I agree with you, Doris. I do.
I hated that guy. I'm sorry, but I just did not like Vince Russo. Because he literally destroyed a lot of the good wrestlers. And
Yankee
a lot of when he was doing the WCW and he literally totally decimated it. And
Yankee. To this day, I got a friend who refers to Ahmed Johnson as just Ed Johnson. And he says, I'm pretty sure they named him Ed Johnson. That was the character name they gave him. And he was so fucking stupid. He used to walk around and tell everybody, I'm Ed Johnson. He's like, that guy was so dumb. He couldn't talk. And his words were always jumbled. You know, people were like, who are you? And he'd be like, I'm Ed Johnson. So they just started calling him I'm Ed Johnson. So it made sense. And Buddy swears to this day that that's how it worked. He has no inside information. It was just a joke that he came up with. But still, this day, every once in a while, he'd be like, oh man, I remember watching wrestling back in the mid '90s. I remember watching a match. You were over the house. It was Ed Johnson, and and I'm like, it's fucking I'm Ed Johnson. Like, oh, I know, I'm Ed Johnson. I know.
Yeah, and a lot of then Farouk in the APA.
Oh, the APA were awesome.
Him and can't think of the guy who was.
Bradshaw.
Yeah, I liked how they literally were doing the APA, and because before they were with the Undertaker and they were the Undertaker's minions in the at the time before Bischoff left and started doing everything by himself and started becoming this annoying character at times that you like to hate. Then Eddie Guerrero takes off the wheels of the limos that he had. Did you see that where all of a sudden it goes into his wall and every wheel was missing on that limousine. It couldn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
Oh, I just looked up something.
What?
Dunk the Clown.
Doink?
The Clown. Brian, where? I can't talk tonight. Sorry.
What's up?
Wade Bryant. He took the mask, made it look like Dunk the Clown.
Bray Wyatt did?
Yeah, that's why he made the clown mask.
Well,
The legacy of the clown.
well, it's the Fiend mask. It's not a clown mask.
Well, that's what they said on here. He wanted the image of a scary clown, and now they think the spirit of Dunk,
Doink.
yeah, Doink is in him. That's why he's so. That's why he's so weird.
It is a character that I don't know who came up with that character, but
The mask came from Slipknot.
yeah.
I know. If you're talking about who come up with the character Doink, I can only imagine that Vince McMahon was bragging one day saying, I can put anybody over. I can fucking put a clown out there in the ring and make him fucking famous. Matter of fact, I'm going to do that. Call Matt Bourne. What's the fucking makeup on him? He'll be Doink the fucking clown. Pretty much how that probably happened.
Yankee, that was my favorite stick
Like
too.
when Drozdov came in, he's gonna puke. He's gonna puke. Makes him fucking puke. And Vince McMahon's he's a psychopath. He's an egotistical psychopath. People say Trump's a psychopath and he's egotistical. Man, he's fucking child's play compared to Vince McMahon. Vince McMahon is nuts. Fucking nuts. It's crazy. Dude, did you see Draws in that fucking Brawl for All video? It was horrible. I feel so bad. Yeah, Jesus. Then have D'Lo on there talking about it. You know, D'Lo is all fat and fucking stupid now, and oh, it's crazy. Nuts.
Are you talking about?
Well, speaking of that, you were talking about those little guys, Dink and Dunk,
Yeah.
clowns. I can see Bray Wyatt having them running around, demon clown.
Little fucking Brays.
Yeah, going and knocking around their opponents.
Yeah,
That'll
Sting
work.
was.
They're
Yankee
not.
Sting
They're
was
not. They're not going to use midgets anymore because I think they're done with it.
Hornswoggle. You still got Hornswoggle.
Yeah, but he's not. WWE has nobody employed for midgets currently.
No.
But there are still midgets that wrestle in the independents across the whole United States, and when they need midgets, you know, if they roll into Atlanta, they call the local Atlanta promotions. They're like, "Who's got midgets?" You know, just how it is. That's how they do it now. You know, but they don't employ any midgets full time. It's because if you let the midgets wrestle, people watch midgets wrestle because it's funny. It's funny to see little people wrestle, and little people find that to be very fucking demeaning. Then they start protesting against WWE, and all that bullshit comes out. You can't call them fucking midgets. You got to do this. You got to do that. Whatever, you know. I mean, fuck. I'm so fucking sick of things that, you know, once they change, everybody's offended. Can't fucking talk
Yep.
about it.
Yeah,
Can't talk about it.
that's why
Yeah.
they're
I had
going. It would be interesting to see that, but that's never going to happen.
Oh, Yankee, I'll guarantee there's a Backyard Midget Wrestling Federation somewhere, I'm sure. And it's probably glorious. I'll bet it is. I look all the time in the paper. I look in the for sale section. I always see if anybody's selling a midget. Nobody's ever selling one. Sucks. I don't look for years.
Actually, I got to see a segment where on the AEW where they had a guy who come out of the woods.
I need to do a fuck you midgets video, I think, Doris.
Well, you're surrounded by people, and you see the Hornswoggle. I don't know what he's like introducing this guy, and this guy comes out, and here he is beating the whole crap out of everybody, and he's like this really.
Listen, I'm not sure where you're going with this story, but you might want to take a couple more rips off the bong and finish it up.
What?
Huh?
No, I saw something, a promotion on it up on the AEW.
Hornswoggle's an AEW?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is where Yankees comment really makes a difference. I wonder if they got him for half the price.
Right?
But he's like a promoter or something. He's like,
Yeah, and Nia Jax is a good wrestler. It's it happens. Fuck.
it's just what I saw.
No, I didn't realize he was with AEW. I had no idea.
No, me neither.
You just got to look it up, and you got to see it, and you'll see it, and you'll see that segment I'm talking about. I mean, he's like talking like anybody else, and he's like, and this guy comes out of the woods or like out of a swamp or something, and he's like, with Jake the Snake Roberts,
Oh,
and he
you looked at his head. Like fucking
is
shaved
the
up.
manager of this guy.
I noticed that.
Who's really, and he's like, and everybody comes in, they start wrestling him. He's beating the crap out of everybody, knocking them out.
Hornswoggle?
Not Hornswoggle.
No, Jake the Snake's protege guy.
Oh, okay.
What the fuck is his name?
He's Hornswoggle's like out there
All right.
talking, and he's like, you just got to see it.
Yeah. I'm gonna look for it right now.
Hello, South Carolina born. You are very late. Very late.
Yeah, what the fuck, man? Listen, when Doris is live, you get the fuck on the computer.
Right.
You don't pit stop off to a fucking dirty website to fucking knock a couple loads out. You just get on, all right?
You didn't get a notification. You better go click that bell.
I see Hornswoggle and Beyond Wrestling. I see Hornswoggle
Well,
Beyond Wrestling. I see AEW. I see the little kid. Impact he was on. You sure you don't watch Impact, do you? Spud versus.
no, it was on AEW. It was like in the field of like a swamp or someplace where Jake and his protege was walking out. Hornswoggle's talking.
I'm still looking. Hold on.
It's like
I'm
surrounded
sure
with
it's
some
real. It's got to be real. I just don't know where the fuck it is.
Where the hell did Joseph Grohl go? Thinking about him. I think I got one woo from him like hours ago.
Hey, what the fuck? All right, let's see. Hold on. Hornswoggle, AEW, Jake Roberts. Let's try that. This is client. There's some people. Is this? Listen, in his fucking prime, that's a guy that we never got to see the true fucking potential from because drugs got a hold of him. That guy could have been amazing. Jake Roberts could have been as big as Hulk Hogan because he was so cerebral about the business, you know. Now, what is this? Is this it here? I don't fucking know. Just care about your business there, Raven. Go ahead, keep talking. I'll find it. Hold on.
They were both pretty good, Ron. Raw was kind of They actually had a full show for both, though.
Yeah. And TNT.
But yeah, they
All
had
right,
Charlotte.
I'm done.
Yeah,
I'll let you find it. When? Tonight?
On Monday. And our next opponent is going to be Io Shirai because they had a ladder match last week to find the number one contender, and Io Shirai won the match.
What is it that Jerry Lawler said that pissed everybody off this week? I'll right back. Hold on.
They had 3 qualifying matches for the women's ladder match at Money in the Bank. Next week are going to be the men's qualifying matches. And I think Friday night they're going to do SmackDown's women's qualifying matches. So right now I think we have Shayna Baszler, Nia Jax, and Asuka in the women's ladder match for Money in the Bank. Other than that, it was just a bunch of fill-in matches. Drew McIntyre defended his title against Andrade and won. But yeah, that was pretty much Raw.
Yeah, it's not so exciting anymore.
No, not with no audience.
Well,
Right. That's what they did. They ended up attacking. Each one of them had a singles match, and afterwards the rest of the goons would come down and attack their opponent. And at the end of Raw, Seth Rollins stomped Drew McIntyre.
yeah.
The funny thing is, with no audience, you could hear somebody on the outside of the ring telling Seth to do a second stomp when he was in the ring.
Yeah.
Yeah. That she was. Didn't you just say you missed it? How do you know what happened then?
He looked it up.
Oh, you watch YouTube. So you watch the best
Right.
10 moments.
Mm-hmm. I started watching wrestling one day, and I dozed off. I mean, shit.
I know, I almost fell asleep watching it too. I was like, man, I gotta stay awake. I gotta talk about this on my live. I am gonna start doing more videos though, now that they're doing full shows. Because when they were only doing like 2 matches, I was like, it's useless for me to do a video on it. It's 2 freaking matches.
Yeah.
But now that they're having full matches again, I'll probably start doing more videos.
Yep. They still do that on Fridays. They used to
Yeah.
be on- yeah. I started watching that until I fell asleep on that.
Mhm. Yeah, they're still doing matches on Fridays, and then since now Fox is owned SmackDown, they had exclusive rights to a lot of this too. And it also reverts to
Oh, here's a guy you haven't heard for a while. William Regal.
He's the general manager of NXT. So
51.
you only see him like once in a while. He comes out.
Ah,
All right,
age
Monica.
51.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to be going too much longer. We've been on almost 4 hours, so
Hmm.
thank you for coming and joining.
I actually found a video.
A video of
Oh, I kind of missed this guy, Umunga. Remember him?
yeah, he dead though.
I know.
Just
But
He was
yeah.
funny.
Huh?
He was funny.
Yeah, he was.
Taking this thumb and hitting you in the neck. No, it was one of the Rock's cousins.
Yep.
God, when Rock's dad died, I was like, damn, your family's dying off, Rock.
David, what is that?
It's a feel good. Oh no, not that one. Not that one. Oh, I gave you the wrong one. Hold on. Yeah. Tony, are you still there?
He said he would be back.
Okay.
Oh, I'm glad Vicky Guerrero's gone. She was annoying. Remember her?
It's called the backyard match or something. Had all these wrestlers.
Oh, backyard wrestling. Yeah, that's new now.
No, not
No, he's
yeah,
talking about the Hornswoggle thing on AEW.
it's called AEW. See, right there.
Uh huh. Yeah, that's popular.
Yeah, that's Hornswoggle.
Right, and that was on AEW.
Yeah. And he was promoting Lance Archer, who was from the WWE.
Yeah.
You think there will be a rematch with? Yeah, I mean it's Ric Flair's daughter. Why not? They make the money.
Oh, are you talking about Charlotte?
Yeah, Charlotte Southern said that. Yeah, she saw inbreed.
Yep.
The inbreeds are the ones who make the most money. I mean, look at The Rock, Randy Orton, them. That's what I call them, the inbreeds, because they're family legends. Now
Yep.
they're the legends, and now their daughters are going to take over. I mean, The Rock's daughter.
She hasn't. I don't think she's gotten promoted yet.
No, she hasn't
No.
even started. She's just trying to get in.
Yeah.
Uh,
She
But they'll
wants
let her
to be a part of it because she sees how her father done, and she wants to be a part of it.
Right. They'll let her in. She's out of that whole Samoan bloodline.
Yeah.
They ain't gonna
There's a
turn
whole
any of
crap
them
load
down.
of them. A whole crap load of them on there.
A lot of people talk to a lot of superstars too. And some of the superstars will talk to you at times. If you're there at the right moment at the right time.
I mean, Bray Wyatt and then what's his name? His brother, Bobo.
Oh, Bo Dallas.
Yeah, I mean RIS is their father.
Yep.
So there's a legendary there.
Mhm.
And then, Sister Abigail's gonna be coming out this summer. McMahon finally got a woman's gonna play her. We don't know the
Wonder
real woman.
what she's going to be, because a lot of people are speculating Liv Morgan being Sister Abigail.
Well,
Yeah.
whoever's gonna play her, they say she's gonna be more sicker and twisted than he is. That's gonna be really cool.
Yeah.
You know what?
I-
I don't know if you remember Daphne from
Yep.
Impact. Kind of reminds me of her.
A little bit. But if you remember Dikea,
DK, yeah.
God.
Freaking Rose, was that her name? Rose?
Mhm.
yeah. That's who
She was freaky.
that's
The
my
way she
pick.
walked. Yeah.
Well, we'll see when it starts ramping up and they're starting allowing people to get to go to the arenas and stuff like that. Because
Mhm.
even some of these superstars want the fans to come back, but they also understand that.
You ruined me, damn it! I mean, take it easy, man.
Where was that from?
Oh my god! If you've never seen that, just go to YouTube and type in "It's Still Real to Me." It's this old show from like 2007, 2006. I don't even know, but it was done at a gym. It was an independent thing, and there's Terry Funk, Jim Cornette, and I don't know who the other two guys are up there. And they're doing like a Q&A with the fans after the show, and this guy's sitting in the stands like, "Hey, you had a question?" So the guy goes on and gives him the mic, and he's like, "I just want to thank you guys for all that you've done over the years to your bodies." And he starts crying, and he's like, "It's still real to me, damn it."
Tony, I actually found it.
You found it? It's awesome. It's one of the best wrestling clips on the internet.
Yeah, you just gotta look it up. It's Backyard Wrestling,
All right.
and
Dilly dilly.
What am I drinking? Anybody who can guess on the first try.
A Long Island
Okay.
iced tea.
If you guess right on the first try, I'll PayPal you $10.
A Long Island iced tea.
Incorrect. Raven?
Twisted Tea.
Incorrect.
looks like margarita or some drink.
Looks like what?
Like a drink or something. I can't think of it.
It's a drink. Yep, but I'm not
It's a
giving you
drink.
fucking $10 for calling it a drink.
But alcohol or non-alcoholic?
Orange sickle.
Seriously. I didn't say I'd answer 20 questions and then you can fucking guess. Do you have a guess as to what that is? Hey,
Like an orange drink or a mango drink or something.
it's incorrect, but thanks for playing. That is homemade peach kombucha.
What the hell is kombucha?
What?
Kind of a tea, like, isn't it?
It's made with tea base and there's, you ever seen like when you make like that really good red wine vinegar, the homemade stuff, and they have the mother in the jar. You know what I'm talking about? That living mother. This is the same thing. It's called it's a mother, but they call it something. So you add tea, you let it ferment, then you take it out, you strain the mother out, you put her back in the jar, you fill her back up again. You gotta keep her alive, you gotta keep feeding her. You take the liquid that you took out, and then you you take that and then you put soak your flavoring in there. So peaches or whatever you're gonna do is peach. You let that sit for 7 days in the refrigerator. Then you take that out, and then you bottle it and you let it sit for 7 days, and that's when it starts fermenting. And that's when you open it. It sounds like a soda, and there's a lot of fizz to it. That's from fermenting. So it takes about 3 weeks per batch, and you don't get. I mean, 3 weeks per batch, and you're getting a 2 liter bottle out of it. So people that do it and sell it, they got 50, 60 batches going at a time. It's constant. So you do 60. If you get 180 batches and you're doing 60, then next week you start the next one, the next week you start the next one, the next week you're doing the first one and finishing it, and you do it like that, and you get on a cycle, you make $600 a week selling, or more than that. I think they're getting $15 a bottle for the kombucha, 2 liters. People that sell it.
Wow.
It's fucking righteous though. I get like a buzz off it.
Nice.
It's crazy. There's no alcohol or nothing, but you just get like a it's so much of it's the vinegar or whatever it is that it hits your endorphins. So you kind of get like this enlightened little, it's almost like and you don't get it all the time, but usually you get it, especially when
Is it usually after you've hit the bong, Tony?
No. It happened to me this afternoon. I was totally straight. But it feels like, to me anyways, shit. I had what it felt like, and I can't remember. Oh, like if you just did like an afternoon shot of whiskey. You just walked up, did one shot of whiskey, and went about your day.
Does that enlighten, that calm
Yeah, that's what it feels like when you drink it. There you go. It's kind of like that, just you almost feel a little light on your feet. Hey, all right, a little shot of whiskey, There's been days when I've been out working and I'm like, man, I could buy one nip for $1 and just get that kind of little pep in my step. But I don't, because I'm like, I gotta drive. I don't need any bullshit if I get pulled over. I don't need to fucking walk into, other places I'm doing business with, having to smell alcohol in my breath, and like, what the fuck's wrong with this guy, So, but yeah, but I would love to do it though. It's like, oh man, but I don't. On the weekends, I'll pull a random bottle of whiskey and have a shot once in a while, if just for that reason.
Yep.
But I'm home, chilling like a villain.
Nice.
Especially now. That's all you can do is stay home and chill like a villain. Yeah.
All right, gentlemen. I think I am going to shut down just because it's midnight and I have to get up at 5 a.m.
Party at Ravens.
Party at Ravens.
Fire it up.
I wish. I did.
Hey, Doris, thank you so much for hosting tonight and having
Thanks
us all
for
together.
coming,
And
guys.
let me run my ass for a long time. I talk too much, I know, and I appreciate you letting me do it.
I appreciate y'all coming and chilling with me.
Yeah, it was fun.
Well, have a great evening. Tell Jimmy we love him.
I will.
Or at least
I know,
I
wasn't
do.
it nice we didn't have to listen to him?
What's that?
I said, wasn't it nice we didn't have to listen to him? He wasn't talking to me.
If you fire up right now,
You can always do this. You can get a frying pan, whack him across his head a couple of times. It's a joke.
I'll think about that, Raven. All right,
Mascot be
guys.
good. Raven be good. Doris, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Have a good night.
Rock on. Peace out. Mascot out.
Peace.
Peace.